Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. So today I'm going to start a new series of videos. I'm going to brush up on JavaScript myself, so I decided to do the freeCodeCamp curriculum. For you who don't know, freeCodeCamp is a great online resource for learning web development. They have centered everything around JavaScript, but you learn JavaScript for front-end and back-end, also some other front-end technologies. Um, so if you don't know, check out freeCodeCamp. It's free and it's amazing. You should also consider donating to them. So today I'm just going to start with their basic JavaScript, and I'm going to solve all the exercises in the freeCodeCamp curriculum. The best thing you can do is to go and try solve these exercises yourself, and then you can come here and maybe compare your solution to mine. Okay, so let's get started. So the first exercise is about writing comments. So comments are just lines of code that JavaScript will intentionally ignore. You usually put on comments to clarify what that piece of code is doing. So in the first exercise, we just need to write two types of comments. One is an inline comment. First inline comment. Let me try maybe make this bigger. Yes, this is better. And the second one is a multi-line comment. Multi-line comment. As you can see, the syntax for the single line is two slashes, and for a multi-line is a slash with a star, and it should be ended with a star slash again. Okay, so you can run the code in the browser with Control Enter, or maybe click Run the tests here. Let's try this one. Okay, we are done with the first one. Let's continue with the second exercise. Okay, so we need to declare JavaScript variables. For this exercise, we need to use the var keyword to create a variable called my name. Okay, let's do this. Var my name. And you should end it with a semicolon. Make sure to read all the explanation in the freeCodeCamp website when you do these exercises. Okay, let's enter this. Okay, that's it. Let's continue with the next one. These are really nice and easy for beginners. Okay, so in this exercise, we need to assign a value to a variable a, and then assign the contents of a to variable b. Okay, now we need to assign the value 7 to variable a, so let's do this. Since we have declared a here with the var keyword, we can just reassign the value for a right here. And then let's do b equals to a. Make sure to finish everything with a semicolon. Okay, that's about it. Let's continue with an, you should consider donating. I'm just going to say ask later. Okay, so in this exercise, we need to define a variable a and initialize it to the value of 9. Okay, so var a equals to 9. So we declared it with var and we initialized it with the value 9 and closed everything with a semicolon. Let's hit enter. Okay. Now, maybe I should make this a little bit bigger for people who are watching from the phone or something like that. Okay, so in this exercise, we need to initialize the three variables a, b, and c with 5, 10, and IMA. So IMA is going to be a string. Okay, so you see that the variables are declared here, but we need to initialize them. So a should be initialized as 5, b should be initialized as 10, and c should be initialized as IMA. Okay, pretty easy. Okay, let's continue with the next one. So we need to modify the declarations and assignments so their names use camel case. So in JavaScript is the best practice to use camel case, which means you can start with a small letter, with a lowercase, sorry. So then write the entire word in lowercase, and then when you start a second word, you can start with an uppercase letter, but you continue writing the word with lowercase. And as always, when you want to write a new word, just write it with an uppercase. Okay, so this should be the camel case version of this variable name. Okay, so this is correct. Let's write this as well, title case over. Okay, also now with these assignments, let's do this. So let's write this with lowercase, TUD. To be honest, I don't know the meaning of this word, so I am not sure if I'm writing them correctly. Let's try and test this. Proper camel case. Okay, and this needs to be lowercase. Case. Okay. Let's try this. Maybe I'm not sure about this word, this part. Also, this should be lowercase. Also, this. Let's try and run it. Ah, okay. So it's like this. Okay, let's run this again. Okay. Now we need to perform the operation of adding two numbers. Okay, so we have this here. We have declared this variable sum, which is the sum of 10 and 0. We need to change the 0 so that the sum will equal 20. So let's change the 0 into a 10, and that should have done it. Okay, let's continue. So now we can also do subtractions, of course, in JavaScript. So in this case, we need to change the 0 so that the difference is 12. So this should be 33, if my math is correct. Okay, that was it. Now, we should perform a multiplication. So to do the multiplication, as you see, you just declare a variable product, and you can use this star operator for multiplication. Okay, we need to change the 0 so that the product is 80, so maybe make this 10. Let's run this. Okay, now we need to divide the numbers, so we use this slash operator for division. Okay, we need to change the quotient and make it 33 so that this so with the quotient is 2, so we need to make this 0.33. Let's run this. Okay, now incrementing a number. So incrementing means just adding 1 to the number. So we can use this plus plus operator in JavaScript. this plus plus operator is equivalent to adding 1. So we have this line of code here. What this is doing is to the myvar variable, which is 87, is adding 1 and then reassigning the new value, which should be 88, to myvar. This can be written as using the plus plus operator. So it's just shorthand for that line of code. Okay, nothing fancy. Okay, nice. Let's continue with the next one. So how to decrement a number? So if plus plus was for incrementing, minus minus is for decrementing. So again, this part here we can substitute it with the shorthand, which would be like this. Okay, nice and easy. Now, create decimal numbers with JavaScript. Okay, for example, these decimal numbers are referred in programming languages as floating point numbers or floats. So now we need to declare a variable myDecimal and give it a decimal value with a fractional part, which is, for example, 5.7. Okay, so we just declare this myDecimal, the same as in the example above. Let's make this again 5.7 and run this. Okay. Now, let's try to multiply two decimals with JavaScript. So again, we have the product with a star operator. We need to change 0.0 so that the product will be equal to 5.0. So this should be 2.5. Okay, let's do this. Okay, now we need to divide one decimal by another with JavaScript. So we have we need to change the 0.0 here so that the quotient should be 2.2. Okay, so this should be 4.4 because 4.4 divided by 2.0 gives us 2.2. Okay, let's run this. Okay, let's go to the next one. Finding a remainder. So we are going to use this modulo operator. What does this do? For example, 17 modulo 2 gives us 1 because 1 is the remainder in this division. 17 modulo 2 is 5 with the remainder 1. Sorry, 6 with sorry, 8 with the remainder of 1 because 8 times 2 is 16 plus 1 the remainder, this is 17. Okay, so we need to set this remainder equal to the remainder variable here equal to the remainder of 11 divided by 3. Okay, so we're going to use the modulo operator. This is going to be 11 modulo 3. Okay, let's run this. Nice. Let's continue. Now, compound assignment with augmented addition. Okay, so what we talked about when we were doing the incrementing. So we reassign to a variable. So we take the value from a variable, we add something to it, and then reassign it to that variable. This is what we are doing right here. So a is initialized as 3. So we are adding 12 to 3, which will be 15, and now we are reassigning a and making it 15. Okay. This is how we do it in JavaScript, but there's also a shorthand notation like there was one for incrementing. So this is going to be using plus equals. Okay, so this part here can be rewritten in shorthand with like this. Okay, so it's the same. It does the same thing. So the same here, plus equal. Sorry, need to do the same here. Okay, let's run this. Okay, let's continue. So the same as we did with adding, we can do with subtraction. So it is going to be minus equal. So we can rewrite this as minus equals 6, this as minus equals 15, and this as minus equal 1. Okay, let's continue. The same thing for multiplication. So we're going to write this star equal, and this, sorry, we should remove the b here, star equal, and the same here, star equal. Okay, this should do it. Okay, let's go to the next one. Again, the same thing, but for division. Okay, let's do this. So again, as always, this is shorthand for a is equal to a divided by 12. Let's continue. Oh, now we are going to declare a variable which contains a string. And we need to create two new string variables, my first name and my last name, and assign them to our first and last name. So let's try this. This name is equal to, I'm not going to put my real name. John. This autocomplete is not. Okay, and my last name equals to Smith. Okay, so this is how you assign a string variable. Okay, oh, let's not forget the var, sorry. I'm used to Python where you don't have something like var. Okay, that's so what we have done here, we have initialized two variables. One my first name and the second is called my last name, and each holds a string. Let's run this. Okay. Now, escaping literal quotes in strings. Okay, so why do we need something like this? When you are writing a string, you put everything, you put characters in between quotes. But what happens if you want, for example, to use, if you are putting a string which has also literal quotes inside? So for that, to use the quotes, like for example in this string here, if we want to use the quotes inside the string, we need to escape them. Okay? So to do that, we use the backslashes. Let's copy this. As you can see, JavaScript tells us we have something going wrong here. So if we escape the quotes inside, the ones we want to show, using backslashes, everything should be fine. Okay, so always to escape a character, you use the backslash in JavaScript strings. Let's run this. Okay, nice. Now, let's continue. So, quoting strings with single quotes. So, the thing is that in JavaScript, you can write strings with single or double quotes. So, as long as you just start and end with the same type of quote. Okay, so if you start with single quotes, you need to end that string with single quotes. If you start with the double quotes, you need to end with double quotes. Okay, what we have to do in this case, we need to change the provided string with single quotes at the beginning and at the end, and no escape characters. Okay, change the outer quotes to single quotes so that you can remove So the outer quotes need to be single quotes. Okay. So if we are using a single outer quotes, then we don't need to escape the double quotes here. Okay. So we can remove the escape characters and let's try to run it. Okay, now escape sequences. So this is for so usually, as I said, we use backslash to escape quotes, but if we want to escape the backslash, we need to add another backslash. If we want to do a new line, backslash n, carriage return, backslash r, backslash t for tab, boundaries, backslash b, and backslash f for form feed. Okay, so now for this assignment, we need to assign all the 3 lines of text into the single variable myString using escape sequences. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to start it with double quotes. Let's paste the string here. Now, when we want to do a carriage, let's do a carriage with a new line here. Maybe it's better. So new line, a tab. So let's put everything. So what I want to do is write the first line, put a new line right here, a tab, because as you can see, we want to print this second line tabbed to the right. So new line and also a tab, which you can see here that the tab is backslash t. And then I need to escape this backslash in the second line. So I'm putting a backslash before the second line backslash. Okay, now after second line, I'm going to put a backslash n for a new line and then print the third line. Okay, so as you can see right here in the console, this is being printed. So let's run this. Okay, and that's it. Let's continue. Okay, so we're going to concatenate strings with the plus operator. To concatenate strings in JavaScript, we can use just the plus operator. For example, we can concatenate these 2 strings. My name is Alan, plus I concatenate. In our exercise, we need to build a new string from these 2 using the plus operator. So let's just, this is pretty easy. Let's just copy everything right here, equals 2 plus, and then add the second string. Okay, let's run this. Okay, nice. Let's continue with the next one. Okay, so we need to concatenate strings now using the plus equals operator. So if you remember, this was just a shorthand for adding something to the variable and then reassigning that new value to that variable. Okay, so what we can do is something like this. We declare a variable our string with a string, and then we concatenate this string but to the same variable. So we are doing what we did with numbers, only this time with strings. Let's do the exercise, we need to build this myString over several lines by concatenating these two strings. Okay, and okay, so let's start the string right here. So we assign this string to the variable, and now what we are doing is concatenating. This is the second sentence. Okay, let's hit enter here. Okay, and that's it for this exercise. So guys, I don't want this video to get too long, so I am going to end it here with basic JavaScript. In the next video, I'm going to continue with the rest of the exercises. So this series will be again about the freeCodeCamp curriculum. I suggest you go and try some of these exercises yourself first, and then come here if you want to look at my solution. Don't forget to subscribe, share, like the video. So my goal at the moment is to reach 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome back to my second video. We're going to continue with the exercises from the freeCodeCamp curriculum for basic JavaScript. Okay, so let's continue where we left off. In this exercise, we need to construct a string with variables. Okay, so we need to set these two variables, my name and my name, to a string equal to our name. I'm just going to assign this to the string John, and then the variable myString will be again a string, but it will be constructed from the my name variable, and we need to add this text. Okay, so the way we do this is just we can use the plus operator to do string concatenation, just like we do addition of numbers. Okay, so let's put this plus my name plus, let me copy paste this. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, so that's it for this exercise. Let's continue with the next one. Okay, so we need to append variables to strings. In this case, we need to set some adjective, this variable here, and let's assign a string here, great. Okay, and then we need to append this to myString, myStr, the variable myStr, using the plus equals operator. Okay, this is what we need to do. So we have here myStr plus equals some adjective. Don't forget the semicolon. So what this does is it takes this string learning to code is, and it appends the content, the string which is saved in this variable some adjective. In the end, it will be learning to code is great. It will be the string which will be saved in this variable myStr. Okay, let's run the test. Okay, continue with the next one. We need to find the length of a string. For that, we can use the dot length method in the string. Okay, so for this exercise, we need to use dot length sorry, it's a property in JavaScript, not a method. But if you're a beginner, you're going to learn the difference a bit later. What's the difference between a property and a method? We need to use the dot length property to count the number of characters in the last name variable and assign it to last name length. Okay, so this variable last name has this string Lovelace, and we need to find the length using the dot length notation. Okay, so after the variable name, put dot length, and this will give us the length of the string Lovelace here. So in this case, it should be 8. And we are going to save this into this new variable last name length, which was initialized with a 0 variable, with the 0 value. Okay, let's run this. Okay, everything's great. Let's get to the next one. Ask me later. Okay. We need to use bracket notation to find the first character in a string. Okay, so strings have indexes to get the character which is at that specific index in a string. This is the same as with arrays, we will learn later on. So we need to use bracket notation to find the first character at the last name. We have this variable last name, again with the string Lovelace. And then we need to get the first character, which is this character, uppercase L. Now, to do that, we can take the variable where we have the string last name, and in between brackets, we need to put the index of the first character. The index of the first character is, of course, 0, because as you probably know in programming languages, we start counting from 0. Let's run this, and that's it. Let's continue with the next one. Okay, we need in this exercise, we need to correct the assignment to mystr so that it contains the string value of hello world using the approach shown in the example above. So strings in JavaScript are immutable, which means that they cannot be altered once created. Okay, so in this case, if we try to get the first character of a string and reassign it, then this doesn't really work in this case. So in our exercise, we are trying to change this string from Jello World to Hello World by taking the first character, J here, with the index 0 and reassign it to H. But this doesn't work because the string is immutable in JavaScript. Okay, so we need to correct this, and the only way to do this is just to reassign the string to this variable. So we are just going to reassign this variable mystr to the correct string. Okay, pretty straightforward. Let's continue. Now, in this exercise, we need to set this variable third letter of last name to equal the third letter of the last name variable using bracket notation. Okay, so we have last name here, which is Lovelace again, and we need to get the third letter. So we need to get V. So we're going to use bracket notation, and since the counting starts from 0, to get the third character we need to put the index 2. Okay, let's run this. Great. Okay, in this exercise we need to use the bracket notation to find the last character in the last name variable. Okay, now to get the last character, so in this case E. Well, the last character should have the index which will be the length of, oh, sorry about that. The index of the last character in this case is 4 plus 8. So there are 8 characters in the word, but since we start counting from 0, the index of the last character will be 7. So 8 minus 1. Okay, so to do that, we can calculate the index by doing something like this. Inside the bracket notation, we get the length as the property of the string last name dot length, and then we remove one since we start counting from 0, and this inside the brackets will give us the index of the last character. Okay, so in our case it will give us 7, since last name dot length is 8 minus 1, 7, and then the character with index 7 will be E. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now we need to use the bracket notation to find the nth to last character in the string. Okay, so the nth to last, it will be, for example, third to last will be, of course, with the index length minus 3. The length of the string minus 3. Okay, for our exercise, we need to get second to last character in the last name string. Okay, so we're going to use again the brackets, and then last name dot length will give us the length of the string, and we're going to remove 2 to get the second to last character. Okay, let's run this. Perfect. Now, word blanks. So in this challenge, we get a noun, a verb, an adjective, and an adverb. We need to form a complete sentence using words along. So we need to put some words of our choice along with the words that are provided by the exercise. We need to use the string concatenation operator plus to build a new string with the provided variables, and then we are going to assign this new form string to the world banks right here. And we should not change the words assigned. Also, we need to account for spaces. Okay, so what we can do here. Okay, so we are just going to start constructing this string. Let's put some words of our choice. So I'm going to put this my, and then I'm going to put a space right here, plus my noun. So far we have my, which I put, a dog. So after dog we need a space, so we can do a space like this. Okay. Now let's put something here. Okay. Now let's put another word of our choice. Oh, okay, maybe we need to put it inside. So I want to construct this sentence. My dog is big and it ran quick. And yes, and it ran quickly. Okay, so I'm doing my with a space plus my noun. Now here is I'm putting in between spaces. Now I'm going to add plus my adjective. Okay, now I'm going to add a space and it and another space plus my verb, and I'm going to add another space plus my adverb, and now I'm going to add a full stop at the end. Okay, so let's run this. So this new sentence will be my dog is big and it ran quickly. Okay, let's run this. Okay, perfect. Let's continue with the next one. Now we are going to talk about multiple values in one variable. So we are going to talk about arrays. Okay, we need to modify the my array so that it contains both a string and a number in that order. Okay, let's let's save a string ABC and then a number 5. Okay, so I have an array here which has only two values. The first one is a string and the second is a number. Let's run this. Okay, continue with the next one. Now we need to nest one array. We need to create a nested array called myArray. Okay, let's put this 1, 2, 3 here and another array 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have a nested array. Sorry, we need to put the, okay, perfect. Now, how can we access array data with indexes? We need to create a variable myData and set it equal to the first value of my array using the bracket notation. Okay, so I'm going to declare var myData and it is going to be my array, and like we did with strings, it's the same with arrays. To access the first element, we need to access it using the brackets with the index inside. The first element, of course, is going to have index 0. Let's put the semicolon. Okay, perfect. Now, we need to modify array data with indexes. So arrays are different from strings in this case because they are mutable. We can change one element inside this array by accessing it using the index. So we need to modify the data stored at index 0, so this value 18, and set it to 45. Okay, so what we're going to do is myArray, and we're going to access it using the index 0, and we're going to reassign it to 45. We can do that with arrays, but not with strings. Okay, perfect. Now, we need to access multi-dimensional arrays with indexes. Okay, we need to use bracket notation to select an element from my array such that my data is equal to 8. Here is the my array, which is a nested array, and we need to access the value 8. So the first index, of course, is going to give us the element in this array, in this nested array. So the first element is, of course, this array which has values 1, 2, 3. The second element is this one. Third is this one. And then the fourth element is this one. We need to access the value 8. So we need to get this array which is inside my array. And to get this, this is the third element in the array, so we can access it with the index 2. Okay, now so far this part here gives us this array. Now to access number 8, we need again to use the index inside this smaller array. So 8 is the second element here, so we can access it using index 1. Okay, so let's try this. Perfect. Now we need to use the push function. So push is a way to append data to the end of the array. It takes only one parameter, which is going to be the new value in the new element we need to push into this array. So what we need to do is we need to push this array, which has two values, dog and 3, onto the end of the myArray variable. Okay, so myArray.push, and inside I'm just going to copy this. So this will be a single element in this array. It's going to be another array. Okay, let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to use the pop function. Pop is used to pop a value of the end of the array. Okay, we can store it by assigning it to a variable. Now we need to use pop function to remove the last item from my array, and we need to assign it to a variable removed from array. Okay, so we have here var removed from array. This is going to be my array dot pop. Okay, let's run this. Okay, nice. Let's continue. Now we need to use shift to manipulate arrays. Okay, since pop always remove the last element, we need shift, which works just like pop, but it removes the first element instead of the last. We need to use shift to remove the first item from my array here, and assigning this shifted off value to removed from array. Okay, again, this is pretty easy. My array dot shift. Let's run this. Okay. Now we need to use unshift. Okay, so unshift works like push, but it doesn't add the element to the end of the array, but to the beginning of the array. For our exercise, we need to add this array as an element to the array my array using unshift. Okay, let's try this. My array dot unshift, and unshift takes as an argument the element we need to add at the start of the array. So we're going to add another array since we have a nested array in this case. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Let's continue with the next one. Now we need to create a shopping list using the variable myList. The list should be a multi-dimensional array containing several subarrays. The first element in each subarray should contain a string with the name of the item, and the second element should be a number representing the quantity. Okay, so we need to have a nested array here, and we need to have 5 elements, and each element in here needs to be another array. Okay, let's do this. So let's add this the first. Okay, I'm going to paste this and change the values since it's easier to type. Chips 4. Let's add another one. So I'm going to beers, maybe 20. Paste this again and modify. Hot dogs 10. So how many we have so far? We have 4. Let's add another one. Sandwiches and 10. Okay, so we have 5 subarrays. Okay, one for chocolate, for chips, for beer, for hot dogs, and for sandwiches. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now we need to write a reusable JavaScript. We need to write reusable JavaScript with functions. Okay, so we need to create a function called reusable function, which prints hi world to the dev console. Okay, so we can define a function like this function, and we're going to give it a name, which will be reusable function. Let's make this camel case, and here, this is the note. Inside the brackets, we need to print hi world to the console log. So we can do this using the console.log function, which just prints a string to the console log. So it needs to say hi world, Okay, so we have defined our function and now we need to just call it. Okay, reusable function, and this is how we call the function in JavaScript. Okay, perfect. Let's continue with the next one. Now we need to pass values to functions with arguments. So functions can have arguments like this one. This one takes 2 arguments. Okay, so we need to create a function called function with args. Let's define it. Function with args, and this one takes 2 arguments. Let's call this arg1 and arg2. And what this does, it just outputs their sum to the dev console. Okay, console.log, and I'm going to do arg1 plus arg2. Okay, or maybe we can do it even longer. Let's leave it like this. Now we need to call the function with 2 numbers as arguments. So function with args, and I'm going to give this 3 and 4. So we should have 7 printed here. So this one, it seems to be working fine. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Okay, as always, you try to solve these functions by yourself first by reading the description, and then you can check the solutions with mine. Okay, so now we're going to talk about global scope and functions. So in JavaScript, scope refers to the visibility of variables. Variables which are defined outside of a function block have a global scope. So if we define a variable outside these 2 functions, they have a global scope. That means that they can be seen or used everywhere in your JavaScript code. Variables which are used without the var keyword are automatically created in the global scope. So this can have unintended consequences, so it's better to declare your variables with var. We're going to discuss this later as well. For our exercise, we need to use var to declare a global variable named myGlobal outside of any function and initialize it with a value of 10. Okay, let's declare this here. So it's outside. We have 2 functions here. So we need to make it global, we need to declare it outside of these 2 functions. Okay, this is going to be 10. Inside function fun1, assign 5 to oops global without using the var keyword. Okay, so let's start. So we're not going to use var here, and we're going to assign this to 5. Okay, let's run this. Okay, great. Continue with the next one. Now we're going to talk about local scope and functions, so variables which are declared within a function as well as the function parameters have local scope. So even the function parameters are considered as variable declared within the function, so they have local scope. So that means they are only visible and can be accessed, used within that function. So let's see. We have this exercise here. The editor has 2 console.logs to help you see what is happening. So this 2 here, and we need to check the console as you code to see how it changes. We need to declare a local variable myVar inside my local scope. Okay, so let's declare a variable var myVar. Okay, note the console will still have reference error myVar is not defined. Okay, let's see, let's run the tests. Okay, perfect. So global versus local scoping function. So it's possible to have both local and global variables with the same name. When you do this, the local variable takes precedence over the global variable. So that means that inside a function, for example, if we have a local variable with the same name as a global, when we are going to use that variable, then it's going to search first for a local variable to take the value, and then if it cannot find it, it's going to take the value of the global one. Okay, so we need to add a local variable to my outfit function to override the value of outerwear with sweater. Okay, so we're going to do this like this. Our outerwear, and then we're going to give this the value sweater. Okay, so outerwear is declared here as a global variable, and in here we have a local variable with the same name, and we override t-shirt with sweater. Okay, perfect. Let's continue with the next one. Okay, so for this we need to return a value from a function with return. Since you can pass values to a function with arguments, you can also use the return statement to send the value back out of a function. Okay, so let's create a function times 5. Function times 5. So let's see the exercise here. Times 5, which accepts one argument and multiplies it by 5. So I'm going to call the argument num, short for number, and now it accepts one argument and it multiplies it by 5 and returns a new value. So it returns 5 times num. Okay. So how can we test this? We need to call the function, of course, and we're going to assign it to a variable. So our answer is going to be equal times 5, and I'm going to give this a value 10, and then of course to see it, maybe we also want to console log it, so console.log answer. In this case, you see it's working fine because we see 50 right here. Okay, let's test this. Perfect. Okay, understanding undefined value returned from a function. Okay. Since functions in JavaScript can include the return statement, but they do not have to. In case the function doesn't have a return statement, when you call it, the function processes the inner code, but it returns the value is undefined. Okay. We need to create a function add5 without any arguments. This function adds 5 to the sum variable, but its return value is undefined. Okay, so here we have add3 as an example. Let's create another function add5, which takes no argument, and what it does is adds 5 to the sum variable. So this sum variable is a global variable declared here. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Okay, sum plus 5. And since we don't have a return here, it doesn't return anything. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now, assignment with return value. When we return a value from a function, we can store it, of course, in another variable. Okay, so this is an example right here. Let's see the exercise. We need to call this function process arg with an argument of 7 and then assign its return value to the variable processed. Okay, so since we have declared an initialized process right here, we don't need to declare it again. Process is going to be equal to process arg, and we're going to give the the parameter 7 as an argument. What this is doing is executing this function process arg, which does 7 plus 3, 10 divided by 5 is 2. So we store the value 2 in the variable processed. Okay, let's run this. Okay, perfect. Continue with the next one. Stand in line. So we're going to talk about a queue, which is a data structure where items are kept in order. New items can be added at the back of the queue, and all items are taken off from the front of the queue. We need to write a function next in line which takes an array R and a number item as arguments. Add the number to the end of the array, then remove the first element of the array. Okay, the next inline function should then return the element that was removed. We need only to change the code right here. So we have this function next in line, takes an array and the number item. Okay, so what we need to do is add the number at the end of the array. So to do that, we are going to use r.push. So what push did is it appended an element to the end of the array. So I'm just going to give item. Item is going to be the element which is going to be appended at the end of the array, and then remove the first element of the array. So we need to remove the first element. To do that, we're going to use r dot. So we used pop to remove the first element at the array, to remove the last element of the array, but we are going to use shift to remove. Let's try to. So before 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have shift is going to remove the first element. Okay, we have done this part. And the next line function should return the element that was removed. So we need to return the element that was removed. Let's call this var removed element. Let's put a semicolon, and we're going to return this. So I am storing the element that was removed from the first of the line, and by storing it into a variable removed element, and then I'm going to return that one. Okay, as you can see from the code which is being run here, we have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then after that we have added 6, and then we have returned 1, which is the first element that was from the array, and that was that one that was removed. Let's run the test here. Okay, perfect. Let's continue with the next one. Now we're going to talk about Boolean values. So another data type is the Boolean. A Boolean may be only one of the two values, true or false. Okay, so they are like on and off switches. Just remember, they should never be written with quotes. That would make them strings, so we just write them true or false. And we need to modify this function so that it returns true instead of false. Pretty easy, just replace false with true right here. Okay, so I think I'm going to finish this video right here. So far we have gone through half of the basic JavaScript in the freeCodeCamp curriculum. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share this video, and In the next one, I'm going to continue with the other exercises from the curriculum. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. So today we're going to continue with freeCodeCamp's basic JavaScript curriculum. Okay, let's get started right away where we left off last time. So we're going to do an exercise about conditional logic with if statements. Okay, so this exercise asks us to create an if statement inside the function to return yes, that was true if the parameter was that true is true, and return no, that was false otherwise. Okay, so we're going to use the if conditional, and inside the parentheses true we want this variable, so this will contain true or false. If this is true, then this entire Boolean expression is true. So if this is true, then we want to return okay. Now if that is not true, when you are going to use else, we want to return no, that was false. Okay, here return. Let's run this. Okay, great. Let's continue with the next one. Okay, comparison with the equality operator. Okay, so remember to compare two values, we need to use two equals. One equals is for assignment. We need to add an equality operator to the indicated line so that the function will return equal when val is equal to 12. Okay, so inside this Boolean expression, we will add equals equals 12. So this condition checks if the value is 12, then return equal. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to use the comparison with a strict equality. So strict equality is with three operators, three equal operators, and unlike the equality operator, which attempts to convert both values being compared to a common type. So for example, if we have 3 and the string 3, equal equal with only two equals, it will return true. But if we use triple equal, then we're going to check for strict equality, so they have to be the same type as well. So in this case, this is false. Okay, so in the second example, 3 is a number type, so we need to use the strict equality operator in the if statement to the function, which will return equal when the val is strictly equal to 7. Okay, pretty easy. Equal 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 to 7. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Okay, now the compare equality function in the editor right here compares two values using the equality operator. We need to modify the function so that it returns equal only when the values are strictly equal. So we just add an equal here, so it's strict equality. Okay. Now we need to add the inequality operator in the if statement so that the function will return not equal when val is not equivalent to 99. Okay, so this means that val is not equal to 99. Let's run this. Perfect. Okay, now strict inequality. So as you can see from the examples here, 3 when compared with strict inequality to the string 3 is true because they are of different types. So we need to add strict inequality operator to the if statement so that the function will return not equal when val is not strictly equal to 17. Okay, to 17. Let's run this. Let's go. Okay. A comparison with a greater than. Okay, so we need to add the greater than operator to the indicated lines so that the return statements make sense. So in this case, we need numbers which are over 100. So if val is um, larger than 100, so we need over 10 here, so bigger than 10, and this else condition here should cover that. So in this case, it's the same as if we had an else. So this will take care of all the numbers 10 or under. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now, greater than or equal to operator. We need to add the greater than or equal so that they make sense. So we want 20 or over. Okay, 10 or over. And that should do it. Okay, great. Now the less than operator. So this should be under 25, so smaller than 25, under than 55, and that should do it. Okay. Now comparison with the less than or equal to operator. We need to add the less than or equal operator right here. So we need smaller or equal than 12. So this should do it. And then smaller or equal to 24. Okay, great. Logical AND operator. So AND means that both conditions must be true. So in this case, if number is larger than 5 and number is smaller than 10. So we need only numbers between 5 and 10. We need to replace the two if statements here so that we are using the AND operator and will return yes if val is less than or equal to 50 and greater than or equal to 25. Okay, let's do this. Okay, this should be greater than or equal to 25, and we're going to use the AND operation. Sorry, I cannot find. Okay, and val needs to be smaller or equal to 50. And we can remove this. I only need this return here. Okay, that should do it. So we put both conditions here using the AND logical operator. Okay, that worked. Now the OR operator, of course, means that only one of the conditions of the two conditions can be true. So we need only one of the two conditions to be true for the whole Boolean expression to be true. So we need to combine two if statements into one, and it should return outside if value is not between 10 and 20 inclusive. Okay, so let's remove this one, we don't need it. So we need the value to be not between 10 and 20. So if val is smaller or equal to 10, because we want 10 and 20 inclusive, or val is smaller or bigger or equal to 20. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so if it's smaller than 10, okay, so I misinterpreted the inclusive part, so just leave it like this. Okay, perfect. Okay, now the else statement. So when we have conditional, we have a if conditional, then we can use the else statement, which means that it will be executed only if the if condition is not satisfied. So, for example, if number is bigger than 10, then it will run this block of code, and it won't go to this one. It will finish right here. But if it doesn't satisfy this condition, then it will run the else block of code. Pretty straightforward. So we need to combine the if statements into a single if else. Okay. So if value is bigger than 5, the result will be bigger than 5. And then we don't need to check for values smaller than equal to 5. We can just, the else should cover this. So I'm just putting else here. Okay, and that should do it. Okay. And now else if statements. So if we have multiple conditions that need to be addressed, we can chain if statements together with else and to make an else if statement. Okay, we need to change the logic here. So I'm going to make this an else if, and then we can put this inside an else. Okay, let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now, logical order in if-else statements. Okay, so as I said previously, when you have an if-else, then it checks for the if first, and if it fulfills this condition, then it doesn't go to check the other else ifs or the else. It just runs this. And so in the order that we have set up the conditionals here, that's the order then that the program will go and check. So we need to change the order of logic in the function so that it will return the correct statements in all cases. So the first condition here is if value is smaller than 10, then else if value is smaller than 5, and then we have an else greater than or equal to 10. Okay, so let's see. If we have here a value should be smaller than 10. Okay. And then we are going to, so we should put smaller than 5 here. Okay, so why we do this is because numbers that are smaller than 5, so numbers that are smaller than, oh, okay, wait a second. Yeah, let's try to run this. Okay, perfect. So in this case, value smaller than 5 takes precedence. Okay. Let's continue with the next one. Chaining if-else statements. Okay. We need to write chained if-else-if statements to fulfill the following conditions. If number is smaller than 5, return tiny. Else if number smaller than 10, return small. Okay. Let's copy this code. So let's copy this so it's easier. Okay. I'm going to put this inside parentheses. Okay. That's what we want here. And then else if. I'm going to put this condition. return small. And let's close this with an else if here. Close this again. Turn medium. Okay, else if again. And now we can use so for numbers bigger than or equal to 20, then we can use an else. Okay, so we don't need this. Return huge. Let's run this. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to okay, let's continue with the next one, golf code. So in this case we are simulating a game of golf where each hole has a par, meaning the average number of strokes, and the golfer is expected to make in order to sink the ball in a hole to complete the play. Okay, so we have this function with two variables, par and strokes, and depending on the number of strokes we need to return something. Okay, so we are doing this with if and else ifs. We need to check the number of strokes. If it's equal to 1, we should return hole in 1. Else if strokes is smaller or equal to par minus 2, return eagle. Okay, so that should be fairly straightforward. So let's do this. If strokes is equal to 1, then we should return hole in 1. Okay, and then else if strokes is smaller or equal than par minus 2, we should return eagle. Okay, turn eagle. Let's copy this else if so we can use it again. Let's just this part, wait. Okay. Okay, now we want strokes to be equal to par minus 1, and we need to return birdie. Okay, another else if. Okay, strokes should be equal to par. Okay, and we should return par. Okay, great. Let's continue with this one. Now strokes need to be equal to par plus 1. Okay, let's add this one. We need to return bogey. Okay, and let's copy this. Equal to par plus 2. And this should return double bogey. And this one can be included in an else statement. Else return go home. Okay, let's test this. Perfect. Let's continue with the next one. Now we need to select from many options with the switch statements. Okay, so switch statements are a bit like else if, but it's a better way to write them. So here is an example. So we are switching the lowercase letter, and then case A is the same as if lowercase letter equals A. Okay, so we are just taking the case where the lowercase letter is equal to A. We need to write something similar with a switch statement which tests val and sets answer for the following condition. Okay, so this is first case, second case, third case. Okay, let's do this. So we need to switch the val case. Okay. Okay, so for case 1, we need to set the answer to be alpha. Okay. And then we can copy this so we don't have to write it down all the time. So we have 4 cases. Okay, for case 2, we want beta. For case 3, we want gamma and delta. Let's run this. Case in switch 1 should have a value. Let's try to console log to see what we are getting here. Of course, we are overriding the answer variable because we are not using break. That's what's happening here. Break, and we can copy this. Okay, so let's run this. Perfect. Okay. We need to add, in this case, a default option. So the default option will be if none of the cases above are fulfilled, then we can have a default value. Okay, so we need to do again a switch on val, switch on val, and then here we are going to have the cases. Let's copy this so we don't have to write it. Okay, maybe if you're just learning, it's better if you code everything yourself to get the hang of it, but in this case I'm just going for speed. Okay, so for case A, we want here, and we want the answer to be apple. Answer to be apple. Okay, and for case B, we want answer to be bird. For case C, let's make another case. For case C, we want it to be cat. And the default, we want the answer to be stuff. Not cat, stuff. Okay, let's run this. Perfect. Ask me later. Okay. Multiple identical options in switch statements. Okay, so if for all case 1, 2, 3 want the same result, we can write it like this. Okay, so we need to write a switch statement to set the answer for the following ranges: 1 to 3 low, 4 to 6 mid, 7 to 9 high. Okay, we need to have a case statement for each number. Let's copy this so it's easier. So for case 1 to 3 we want low, so answer needs to be low. I didn't write the switch val, open this and close it right here. I indent this. Okay, so for case 1 to 3 we want low, and now let's cover the other cases. For cases 4, 5 and 6 we want to have a mid, and now for cases 7 to 8, 9, 7, 8 and 9 we want high. Okay, let's run this, so this should do it. Perfect. Now how to replace if-else chains with switch. We need to change this using the switch. Okay, so we have this case Bob, case 42, case 1, 99 and 7. Okay, so we need to do a switch. Let's keep all of that right here. We need to do a switch on value. Let's open this, and now case Bob, answer should be Marley, and a break. Okay, let's do the same for the other values. Case, okay, this one for 42, this should be answer should be the answer. Okay, let's copy this a bunch of times, only this part. So we have 42, 199 and 7. Okay, oh, 1. Okay, for 42 we already did it. For value 1, this should be the answer, 1. For value 99, it should be this one. And for value 7. Now we can remove all of that and test it. Okay, perfect. This is the last one for today, and we'll continue another video. So, returning Boolean values from functions. Okay. So when we do return a Boolean expression, it means that we are returning true or false. We need to fix the function here is less so that we remove the if-else statements. We need to return true if a is smaller than b, else return false. This can be written in one line. Return a is smaller than b. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's it for this video. The next video, the fourth one, I think will be the last for basic JavaScript, and then we will continue with the freeCodeCamp curriculum. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. I want to reach 1,000 subscribers. Check out my Instagram, Twitter as well. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So we will continue where we left off with basic JavaScript from freeCodeCamp. Okay, let's get into it. For this exercise, we need to modify the function so that if a or b are less than 0, the function will immediately exit with a value of undefined. Okay, so we will write an if condition here. So we want if a is smaller than 0 or b is smaller than 0, then in this case we want to return undefined. Okay, which is a keyword. Remember, this is a keyword, not a string. Else, then we should okay, let's try this. Okay, perfect. Now we want to do this counting cards. Do not reset. Okay, so let's look into this. This is a game of blackjack, so a player can gain an advantage over the house by keeping track of the relative number of high and low cards remaining in the deck. Okay, so we're doing card counting. Having more high cards remaining in the deck favors the player, so each card is assigned a value according to the table below. When the count is positive, the player should bet high. When the count is 0 negative, the player should bet low. Okay, so +1 for cards 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0 for 7, 8, 9, and -1 for 10, Jack, Queen, King, and Ace. Okay. We are writing a card counting function which will receive a card parameter, and which can be a number or a string, and increment or decrement the global count variable according to the card's value. Okay. So equals 0. Okay. So we need to return bet if the count is positive, or hold if the count is 0 or negative. And we need to modify the count variable here. Okay, let's get into this. So in this case, it's better if we use the switch case. So we want to cover all these cases 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, 9, and then 10, J and Jack, Queen, King, and Ace. Okay, so we're going to do a switch on the variable card. Okay, and then first case is going to be 2, and then case 3, case 4, case 5, case 6, and for all of these we want to do count. So we want to do count ++, and then break. Okay, let's do now case 7, case 8, case 9. I might have a syntax error here. So in this case we just want count to stay the same, so we just break, and then for case 10, case J, case Q, case K, and case A. We want count minus minus and break. Okay, let's try this. Maybe there's some syntax error. I'm used to Python. Okay, so you will write a card counting, which will receive a card, and then increment or decrement the global count. Okay, and then the function should return a string with the current count and the string bet if the count is positive, or hold if the count is 0 or negative. Okay, so we need to change this return here. Now, if count if count is positive, then we need to return the string with the current count and the string bet. Okay, so return. Let's try to write this first like this. And let's console log the count first, just so we know what we are doing. And then if the count is positive, so else, okay, so else should cover if the count is negative or 0. We should return hold. Okay. Let's run this. So the count starts at 0. For 2, it is incrementing 1. Okay. Let's run a test first. So card sequence 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should return 5 bet. Okay, let's try something here. I don't know how to convert okay, so I don't remember how to convert a number to string, but I think JavaScript should do it by itself since it does type coercion, so this one should be able to work. Let's remove this console.log here. So we want to show the count, a space, and bet. Okay, and let's return here count plus. If this doesn't work, there should be a method to string or something. Oh, okay, this one works. Perfect. Okay, now we are going to talk about JavaScript objects. So they are similar to arrays, but instead of using indexes to access and modify their data, we use properties. Okay, so we want these objects to store data in a structured way. We can do this to represent real-world objects. Okay, so this is how an object looks like in JavaScript. Okay, let's make an object that represents a dog called my dog. which contains the properties name, a string, legs, tails, and friends. Okay, we can set the object properties to whatever values we want as long as name is a string. Okay, let's do it the same like we have here the cat. So we're going to have name, and this is going to be poodles. I don't know. So this is the name. Legs is going to be a number 4, and then tails is going to be a number 1, and then friends, we want friends to be an array. I'm going to leave this empty at the moment. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now how do we access object properties? Using the dot notation. Okay, so we can access it using the dot notation, but also the bracket notation. This is similar to a Python dictionary if you know some Python. Okay, so we need to read in the property values of test object using dot notation and set the variable has hat value equal to the object property hat, and also the shirt value to the object property shirt. Okay, we need to change this line. So hat value is going to be okay. So test object, we are going to access the value hat. Okay, and shirt value is going to be dot shirt. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we need to use the bracket notation. Entry value is going to be this. So inside brackets, put the name of the property, and string value is going to be, of course, this one. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Continue with the next one. Now, how to access object properties with variables. Okay. So if we want to, when the property's name is collected dynamically during the program execution. Okay, something like this. This is the object with the property, and then we do this function prop prefix str, where s is equal to prop, and then return s plus string. So okay, so we are modifying the properties name here from prop name to some prop. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to do something like this. We want to use the player number variable to look up player 16 in test object using bracket notation, then assign the name to the player variable. Okay, so we have player to look up the player 16. This is going to be test object 16, and then player 16 . Okay. So let's look at the example here. So my breed is equal to, so we have a variable dogs right here, an object dogs with these properties, and now we are accessing the dog hunter. No, we want to add this and var my breed is equal to dogs my dog. Okay, so okay, so I think I misinterpreted here the requirement. So we want to access the player number 16 by using a variable. So the variable player number should store 16, which is the property in this case. And then we need to do something like this, player number. Now player number, since it stores 16, the property 16, we can use it to access the name Montana right here. Okay, let's run this. Okay, let's get on with it. Now, updating object properties. We want to, when we update properties, just like updating any other variable. So here is an example. So let's update its name. So we can do it like this. Just access the property using the name, using dot notation or bracket notation. Okay, seems easy. Just update the my dog object's name property. My dog dot name. Let's make it equal to happy coder. Sorry. Okay. Let's run this. Perfect. Now we can add new properties to a JavaScript object. Okay, so let's see how we add a bark property to our dog. Okay, so the bark property should store bow wow. Okay. We want to do the same for my dog here. Okay, let's try this. So my dog, we want to add the property bark, so let's do it like this, and this needs to be equal to woof. Let's run this. Okay, now we need to delete properties from a JavaScript object, so we can use the delete keyword here. Okay, seems pretty straightforward. Let's delete the tails property. Okay, let's just do this. My dog dot tails. Okay, let's get on with this. Now we need to use objects for lookups. Okay, so objects can also be thought as key value storage, like a dictionary. Okay, so we need to convert the switch statements into an object called lookup and use it to look up val and assign the associated string to the result variable. Oh, okay. So we need to take all this switch and make it an object called lookup. Let's do this. So let's do something like this. Don't forget the semicolon. And we want the case as a key or property and the result as a value. Okay. Just write this. This is going to be Adams. So we want to do the same for all the cases. Let's copy this so we can have the structure. So for Bravo, we want Boston. Okay, for Charlie, we want Chicago. Delta, we want Denver. Oh, we have two more, Easy and Frank. Okay, let's copy this. Echo is Easy. Echo Easy. Maybe let's put this here. And Foxtrot Frank. Let's make this Frank. Okay, now we can remove all this. And then we need to make the result equal to lookup. The value is going to be the key, so something like this should do it. Let's go and run this. Okay, perfect. Now about testing objects for properties. Okay, so we need to check if the property of a given object exists or not. We can do this with using the method hasOwnProperty by giving the property name. Okay, returns true or false. Okay, great. Let's return some. So we need to change this function here to return true or false if an object passed to the function object contains a specific property. Okay, so we can do this with using object.hasOwnProperty and the name of check prop. So we are checking this object if it has a property with this name. Okay. Okay, wait just a second. Has own property. Okay, let's see. So this is the object. This one should work. Okay. So we need okay. I forgot about the other cases. So if not return, we need to find not found. So let's do this. If this is going to be the if condition, and then we are going to return true. We need to return the property value, so object dot check prop, and if it doesn't exist, I'm going to cover this with an else. We need to return not found. Oh, okay, I forgot about all that part. Okay, let's run this. In this case, maybe it's better to do it like this than using the bracket notation. Okay, great. Now, about manipulating complex objects. Okay, so when we want to use a flexible data structure, the object allows for arbitrary combination of strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, functions, and objects. So maybe this one would be a complex data structure. Our music, having artist, title, release year, formats as properties, gold. Okay. So whole object all data in property. We need to place a comma after every object in the array. Okay, so what we need to do in this case is we have this object, my music, or this array which has objects inside, and we need to add a new album to the my music array. Okay, let's copy this because we want to add another object to this array. This is let's create fire neighborhood, if I remember. This was released maybe 2010, I don't really remember. We don't want gold. Formats, release year, artist, and title. Okay, so we added a new record here, a new album, sorry. Okay, let's run this. Perfect. Now, how do we access nested objects? So, to access the my storage object and assign the contents of the glove box property to the glove box contents. Okay, use dot notation for all properties where possible, otherwise bracket notation. So we want to access the glove box for this object. So first, to my storage is an object, and it has a car property, and then the car property stores another object who has an inside property, and that inside property also stores an object. Okay, let's try to write this. So first, to get the car object, we use the car property, and now to access the inside object, we're going to use again the inside property, And now to access the glove box, let's do something like this. Okay, it's the same as with nested arrays, but we're not using index numbers, but properties. Okay. Oh, we need to use dot notation. Okay, let's do some of these with dot notation. So dot car dot inside, and I'm going to use glove box as bracket notation because we have a space here. Okay, that should do it. Let's continue. Now about accessing nested arrays. Oh, okay, I mentioned that, but I couldn't remember if we had done it in freeCodeCamp. We need to retrieve the second tree from the variable myPlants using objects dot and array bracket notation. Okay, so the second tree from the variable myPlant. Okay, so we want the object about trees, and then we need this second tree here. Okay, so we have an array of objects. To access the second object, we need to use the index. So myPlants is an array, and to access the second object, we need to use the index 1. So now we are here, and in here, this is an object. It has a property list which stores another array inside with the trees, with an array of strings. So to access this property list, we use dot notation, and then to access, so now we are here, we have this array, and to access the second tree, let's use bracket notation with index 1. Okay, let's run this. Okay, perfect. So record collection. Okay, let's do this, the last one for today. Okay, so we have a JSON object. Don't worry about that. I think it will be explained later. Representing a part of your musical album collection. Each album has several properties and a unique ID number as its key. Okay, not all albums have complete information. We need to write a function which takes an album ID like 2548, a property, prop, and a value like addicted to love to modify the data in this collection. If prop isn't tracks and value isn't empty, update or set the value to the records album property. Okay. There are several rules for handling complete data. Okay. Okay, so we need to change only this code right here and return a collection. So we take an ID, a property, and modify the data. Okay. So the collection is an object which has properties. So the property in this collections object is the ID. So, and then each ID stores another object which is an album, and it has also its own properties like album, artist, tracks. Okay, and then when we get an ID, we can access that album using collection and the bracket notation of the ID. and property and value. Okay. So we need to do this update records. For this ID we need to give so we want to update album with this ID and update its property artist, giving it the name ABBA. Okay, let's try to write this. So to access the album we can do something like this. For album it's going to be collection. So yes, collection, and then give ID. Okay, so now we have the album stored right here. Okay, now let's check if prop isn't tracks and value isn't empty. Let's cover this case. Okay, let's write this down. Now if prop isn't equal to tracks and sorry I'm still using Python syntax, and value is not empty, we need to update or set the value for that record album's property. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So let's maybe access it on the fly here. So we want to access collection -id dot and then we want to access the property. So we are in this and we want to update it. Going to be value. So what we are doing right here, we're accessing an album and then a property of that album and updating it, as long as it's not tracks. Say okay. So let's try to maybe add a console log here to see what it has already done. Collections, sorry, collection without them. Okay, so we want to update record 5439 and we have added the artist ABBA, just like we want in this case. Okay, so this covers the property. Okay, this one is done right now. Let's try to run to see what is missing. Okay, we want to update the record. Okay, now if prop is tracks but the album doesn't have a tracks property, create an empty array before adding the new value to the album. Okay, now let's cover another case. Else if property is equal to tracks but the album doesn't have a tracks property. Okay, so how do we check if the album doesn't have a tracks property? Let's write an AND here. And now, how do we access the album? We do collection -id, and we use the function has own property, and then check if it has the property tracks. Okay, so this so we want this to be not true. So I think this one should work in JavaScript. Don't remember. Create an empty array before adding the new value to the album's corresponding property. Okay, so let's write the code inside here. Let's create an empty array. Okay, so now we want to add this value. Let's see. So now we want to do tracks dot push value. So we want to push into this array the value, which is going to be, I think, a track, a string, and we want to try to save it now, collection ID, and then prop. This is going to be the tracks. Let's try to run this. Let's try to do this for, let's run this for ABBA tracks and then test. Okay, this seems to be working fine. As you can see right here, for ABBA, we have an album ABBA Gold, and we have tracks a test right here. Okay, that seems to be working. Now we covered this one. Now if the property is tracks and value isn't empty. Okay. Okay, let's cover this case. If property is tracks, let's make this a bit wider so maybe the code looks better here. If property is tracks, but the album doesn't have a tracks, but the if property is tracks and value isn't empty. Okay. So value is different from empty. We want to push the value onto the end of the album's existing tracks array. Okay, let's do this. So collection ID and prop, this will give us access to the tracks array, and we want to push the value at the end. Okay, and now we have another case we want to cover. If if value is empty, maybe we can just leave an else here, because we are covering, yeah, I think the else should cover this one. We need to delete the given property. So if value is empty in this case, we need to delete the given property from the album. Okay. Now we need to delete collection ID and the name of the property. Okay. Let's see. Let's run this. Okay, that did it. Okay, just make sure you look at this code, try to solve it yourself first, and we will continue the rest of the exercises in the next video. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to continue where we left off. So we're going to finish the basic JavaScript curriculum of freeCodeCamp. Okay, let's get started right away. So in this one, we're going to learn how to iterate with JavaScript using while loops. Okay, so this is an example of a while loop right here. There's an array declared, an empty array. Then there's a variable I. Then we start the condition of the while loop, which is as long as I is smaller than 5, we push the number I to the array, and then we increment so that we make sure that we reach I equals to 5 so that the while loop can stop. Okay, so we need to do something similar for the exercise. We need to add the numbers 5 through 0 inclusive. So we need to add 0 and 5 as well in descending order to my array using a while loop. Okay, so let's get started right away. I'm going to declare a variable I again, which I'm going to start at 5. Okay, so now I'm going to write a while loop while I is larger or equal to 0, because I want to include 0 as well. And now what I want to do here is my array dot push, and I'm going to push the I. So we start at 5, and to make sure that the loop ends somehow, we need to decrement I. So I minus minus. So in this case, we push 5 first, then I becomes 4. We go and push 4 until we go to 0, we push 0. When I then becomes minus 1, then this condition is not fulfilled anymore, so the while loop stops. Okay, so let's try to run this. This should do it. Okay, perfect. Let's continue. Now we're going to use for loops. So we have an initial, in a for loop we have something like this, an initialization, a condition, and the final expression. Okay, so here is an example of a for loop. Pretty straightforward. Let's do the exercise. Okay, so we need to use the for loop to push the values 1 through 5 onto my array. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to create a for loop right here. I'm going to initialize I var I equal to, since we want the numbers from 1 through 5. Okay, I'm going to start I at 1. I'm going to make I smaller than 6 so that we get 5, and then I plus plus. Okay, now let's do this. My array a dot push I. Oh, sorry, we need semicolons here. Okay, let's run this. Perfect. Now, later. Okay, we need to iterate odd numbers with a for loop. Push the odd numbers from 1 through 9 to my array using a for loop. So what we can do in this case is declare, let's make a for loop. So var I, we want the odd numbers from 1 through 9. So let's start I at 1. We want I smaller than 10, of course. And now we can increment I by 2. So that we start with 1, we get 3, 5, 7, and 9. And when it reaches 11, it doesn't fulfill this condition anymore. Okay, so let's do this. My array.push I. Okay, this should do it. Okay, great. Let's go on. Now we need to count backwards with a for loop. We need to push the odd numbers from 9 through 1 using a for loop. Okay, we do the reverse. So for var I equal to, let's start this at 9. And then I'm going to make sure I is bigger than 0, so we get 1. And I'm going to decrement I by 2. Okay, so my array.push I. Okay, this one should do it. Let's see. Okay, it's done. Let's go on. Now I need to iterate through an array with the for loop. Okay, we need to declare and initialize a variable total to be 0, and we need to use the for loop to add the value of each element of the my array to the total. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. So we need to iterate. So we're going to use I as an index. We start from 0, of course. I needs to be smaller than array.length and I plus plus. But we need to store the total to okay, let's make this below the line that this is as the program suggests. I'm going to declare first the total. It's going to be 0, and now I'm going to do total dot total plus I. So I'm going to increment total with I on each iteration of this loop. Okay, this should do it. Okay, just a second. Not I, sorry. My array, because we want that element of the array. Okay. There's something wrong here. Let's console log total. Let's see what this does. This is the error. Okay. Okay, perfect. And now we're going to nest for loop. So we're going to write a for loop inside another for loop. Okay, we need to modify the function multiply all so that it multiplies the product variable by each number in the subarrays of R. Okay, so we will have something like this. Okay. So let's see the example here. We have this nested array. We iterate the array. So for each we get this one, and then we multiply. Okay, so we need to modify. We need to multiply this by each number. Okay, so basically we just need to multiply each number in the subarrays of R. Okay, so first we need to access all of those, so we need to write two nested for loops. So first for var I equal to 0, I smaller than r dot length, and I plus plus. Okay, so inside this one we need to iterate through Ri, so one of these. So first we're going to iterate through these, and then this, and then this. Okay, so for var j equal to 0, and then j is smaller than Ri dot length, and j plus plus. Okay, so now we need product to be multiplied to this ij. So we make sure that we go through each element in the subarray so that we multiply them all. Okay, let's run this. Okay, great. Now we're going to use the do while loop. Okay, because first it will do one pass of the code inside the loop no matter what, and then continue to run the loop while. Okay, so first we execute this do. Okay, and let's see what we have to do in our example. So we need to change the while loop in the code to a do while loop so that the loop will push only the number 10 to the array and I will be equal to 11 when your code has finished running. Okay, let's see the example here. Let's add a do. So do, and my array dot push I. So we want to change the while loop so that the loop will push only the number 10 to the array and I will be equal to 11 when your code has finished running. Okay, let's push I right here, and we can do I plus plus right here. Okay, so we push 10 and we increment I by 1, it is 11, and then it will never run this while here because it doesn't fulfill the condition. 11 is not smaller than 5. Okay, let's see if this does it. I should equal 11. Okay. 2, we are pushing I, we are incrementing, and then let's see how I changes here. Okay, so okay, so okay, so when we yeah, okay, we left the body of the while loop here. I just need it right here. So we need the body of the while loop should be inside the do here, and then we leave this while condition right here. So this one prints 11. Let's remove this and see. Okay, great. Now we are going to use recursion. So that recursion is this concept that a function can be expressed in terms of itself. So let's see this example. We need to multiply the first n elements of an array to create the product of those elements. And using a for loop, you could do this. So multiply, we get an array, and then n product is equal to 1. Okay, we iterate through the array, and then we multiply all the elements. But we can use this. Multiply array n is equals to multiply array n minus 1 times array n minus 1. That means that you can rewrite the multiply in terms of itself and never need to use a loop. Okay, let's see how this does it. Okay, so in this case we are calling the function is calling itself, so that it is executing the multiply, but now with an array with n minus 1, the first n minus 1 elements. Okay, so and then we multiply it by the last element, and then this one we will go to call itself, and then and so on until we have a calculation that we can perform. Okay, we need to write a recursive function for the sum right now, so that it returns the sum of the first n elements of an array R. Okay, now we're going to do something similar. So if n smaller than equal to 0, so that means if we have no elements in the array, so if we don't want to if we put n 0, it means that we don't want the sum of any elements, so we just return 0 in this case, and then else we need to return the sum of array n minus 1 plus array n minus 1, because this one will give us the last element, and this one will go and compute the sum of all the other all the n minus 1 first elements, and this will compute this will be the nth element, and then this one is going to call itself, and so on. Okay, let's see this. Okay, great. Now let's see what profile lookup is. We have an array of objects representing different people in our contacts list. Lookup profile function that takes name and the property prop as arguments has been pre-written. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one should check if the name is an actual contact's first name, and that the given property is a property of that contact, because as you can see, contacts is an array of objects. Okay, we have an array of objects. So now the function should check if name is an actual contact's first name, and the given property is a property of that function. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. So we need to check first if any of the objects in this array has the name has this first name right here. So this name should be one of the first names in the list. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's continue. Now let's see. So we need first to check every element in this array. So let's iterate through the array with a for loop for var I equals to 0. Now I'm going to make this a bit bigger for the code. As long as I is smaller than look up, so the contacts pick length dot length I plus plus. Okay, so now we can access every object using contacts.I, and we can check if the first name. Okay, now we need to make an if condition here. So if contacts I, and we need to access the first name. So first name is equals to the name. Okay, and we also need to check that this contact I has a property with this name prop. Okay, so we need to have an and here, and contacts I has own property. Okay, and let's give it prop. Okay, so if it fulfills these two conditions, what we need to return the value of that property. Okay, we need to return contacts I and prop. Okay, so this one fulfills our first condition. This one does the first requirement. Okay, now if name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contacts. Okay, so if we go through this, okay, so let's write this. We need to check now. So now we want only the cases when contacts, if prop does not correspond. Let's do this. This is much easier. Or maybe we can make a nested if here, but maybe the else if is also fine. So if it does not correspond to any valid properties, okay. So maybe we can split this if condition here. Let's see. So we need to iterate through all the elements, and then we need to check if name. Okay, so maybe, as I said, we need to it's better if we nest these if conditions. So let's do this. Let's end this if condition here. I'm going to, and then I'm going to start another one. So in here, I'm going to start another if let's see if this matches. Okay, and this one matches with this one, but we need another one here to end. Okay, so I just split, I am not using end anymore, so I'm checking if this condition is equal to the name, and then I'm checking if it has a property, and then I'm returning contacts, that value for that property. Okay, and now else here, so this will cover the case where it doesn't have that property name. If name does not correspond to any contact. Okay, okay, so in this case we are finding only so let's see, in this case we should return no such property, and then outside the for loop no such contact. Let's run this. Okay, let's go through this line by line again. So first we are iterating through all the contacts. Maybe it's better if we do something like this. Contacts I. Okay, so we don't have to do this. Okay, so now contact. Okay, so contact will always have with the object which is iterating through the array. Okay, now if contact first name is equal to name, and then if the given property of that exists, the prop exists, then we need to return that. Okay, that works. If name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contact. So that means that, and if the prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, then return no such property. Okay, contact as zone, then we check if it has the property. If it doesn't have the property, then we return no such property. And after the for loop finishes, we can return no such contact because we didn't make any match right here. Let's test this. Why does this Bob number? Let's see. Ah, the problem is right here. Okay, perfect. It was just the return message that was the issue. Okay, we need to generate random fractions using JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript has a math.random, which generates a random decimal between 0 inclusive and not quite up to 1 exclusive. Okay, math.random can return a 0 but never quite return a 1. Like storing values with equal all functions calls should be resolved before the return executes it. Okay, we need to change the random function to return a random number instead of returning 0. Let's return math.random. Let's see if this does it. Okay, that does it. Generate random whole numbers with JavaScript. Okay, since math.random generated a random decimal, we can multiply that random decimal by 20 and use another function floor to round the number so that we get a number between 0 and 19. Okay. Now we need to use the same technique to generate a random whole number between 0 and 9. Okay. So math.random times 9 will give us numbers between 0 and 9, but we want integers in this case. So we're going to use the floor function. Floor, and let's do this here. Let's run this. Random whole number, generate a return random. Okay. My typing. Okay. We should make it 10. Okay. Now we need to generate a random whole number within a range. Okay. We can use we can do a trick like this to add the minimum. Okay. We take a range which is my min and my max which is my max and return a random number that is greater than or equal to my min and then less than or equal to my max. Okay, so we will do something like this. So math.random times this will be multiplied to my max minus my min plus 1. Okay, and then we want to put all of this inside a floor function so it is rounded, and we need to add the min. Let's run this. Okay, great. The parse int function parses a string and returns an integer. Okay, so for this example it returns 7. Okay, we need to use parse int in the convert to integer function so that it converts the input string into an integer and returns it. So we can use return parse int, get the string here. Let's see if this works. Okay, great. Now we need to use the parse int function. Okay, with a red eye. Okay, use parse int in the convert to integer function so it converts a binary number to an integer and returns it. Okay. So we can give the base to the parse int function. Let's return parse int, and I'm going to give a string right here, and we're going to give it the base 2 because we want binary. Okay, perfect. Oh, the ternary operator or the conditional operator. So we can write a one-line if-else expression. Okay, so condition, statement if true, and statement if false. So we can write something like this. Okay. We need to write a conditional operator in the check equal function to check if two numbers are equal or not. It should return either equal or not equal. Okay, so return a. This is the condition. This is the true statement now. And this is the false. Not equal. Let's try this. What is missing here? We need to check if they are equal, sorry. I did the exact same. Okay, great. We can use multiple ternary operators. Okay. And then this one. So we can replace else ifs. Okay. This makes it harder to read though, okay. We need to make this check sign function to check if a number is positive, negative, or 0. Okay. So return. Now first we check num is larger than 0. This should return positive. Then we check if num is equal to 0. This should give us okay, we need to write again. This should give us 0, and then the else should give us negative. Let's run this. Okay, great. We need to use recursion to create a countdown. Okay. So we learned how to use recursion. Let's look at a more complex function. Okay, there needs to be a base case, of course. Okay, recursive call, a function that returns an array containing numbers from 1 through n. Okay. So, okay, so this is an example of count up. We need to do the opposite. So if n is equal to is smaller than 1, we return an empty array. Okay. And then this is a recursive call. Okay. Okay, we have defined the function. The function should use recursion based on the n parameter. If the function is called with a number less than 1, the function should return an empty array. Okay. Okay, let's write first the base case. Let's remove this. So if n is 1, then of course we need to return an empty array. And then if else, then we can do count array. So let's do the same. Count array is going to be count down for n. Okay. Okay, so in this case, this is happening in reverse. And then we are pushing to the n. Okay. We can do this like this. We're just going to change one small thing here. So count array dot push, and we're going to push okay. Let's see what this does. Okay, console.log count down 5. Okay, so we want the reverse. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this was the exact thing. Now, of course, we need to do something. Okay, so we start from the last element. So we should start from n. Okay, now we want to push the rest of the countdown, and we're going to use the recursion for that. So count down for n minus 1. Okay. Why isn't this? So we want to push inside the count array. Okay. In count array, push this. So what happens here? This is really interesting. Maybe we can do. Oh, yeah, no, so about that. So let's see. This is quite interesting. So we are trying to push at the end of the array, but maybe we can try to. Okay, let's try something else. Count down. And here I'm going to unshift. Oh, okay. So we're adding. So with unshift, we're adding at the front. Okay, so we're calling countdown again, and then adding 5 at the front, and then countdown 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, this one does it. Okay. Great. Now we need to write a recursion to create a range of numbers. Okay. We have defined a function which, with 2 parameters, should return an array of integers which begins with a number represented by start num parameter and ends with a number represented by the end num parameter. So the starting number will always be less than or equal to the ending number. Okay, we need to use recursion, no loops. Okay. Okay, so let's think of the base case right here. Okay, so the base case we need to think about is that when we so we have 2 numbers, the start number and the end number. Okay, so the base case should be when we should return only start number and end number. Okay, so when would that happen? If they are consecutive numbers, so if start num okay, so if it so this should be the actually the base case. If they are the same number, we should just return start number. Okay, let's make a console log here so we check every time when what we get. Range of numbers for 5. Get nothing. If I give 4. Okay. Now else we should have an array. It's going to be an empty array. Okay. Now we should do something similar to what we did in the countdown. So let's see. Okay, so we should do something like maybe this one should have a recursive call. So for range of numbers, and let's say start num plus 1 and num. Okay, and then we need to append or prepend to the start. So my array dot unshift start num. Okay, so what this does is that we maybe we need something like this here. And we need to return my array. Let's see if this works. Okay, this seems to work. Perfect. So this is our base case when they are the two numbers are equal, and we just return the start number, and else we make this recursive call to increase the start number until by 1, and then we just add that start number using unshift at the beginning of the array. Let's see if this works. Okay, perfect. Also, we are finished with basic JavaScript. So in the next video, we're going to continue with freeCodeCamp curriculum. Thank you for watching. Try to solve this on your own. These recursion ones were a bit more tricky. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching, guys. Okay, bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So today we're going to continue with the freeCodeCamp curriculum. In the last video we finished with the basic JavaScript, so today we're going to continue with ES6 challenges. So ES6 is short for ECMAScript version 6. which was released in 2015, and it's a standard of JavaScript. Okay, we are going to do the exercises, so let's go to it. In the first lesson, we're going to explore the difference between var and let keywords. Okay, so in the first exercise, we're going to learn that when you declare a variable with var, you can override that variable right in that code block. Okay, but if you declare it with a let keyword, so you can do the same, you can declare a variable with let, then something like this would, let me scroll it up. So something like this would throw an error because you're not allowed to override this variable. Okay, so let's take things step by step. So in this exercise, we just need to update the code so that it only uses the let keyword. Okay, so instead of var, let's do let. And we don't have any other variable. Oh, okay. Now, let's see. We need to compare the scopes of the var and the let keywords. Okay, so when you declare a variable with var, it is declared globally, or locally if it's declared inside a function. But the let keywords, it behaves similarly, but it has some extra features. So when you declare with let, inside the block statements or expression, its scope is limited to that block. Okay, so here is an example so that we understand better. So here we have this var I declaration, which means that I is declared globally. So when I++ it is executed, it updates the global variable. Okay, so this code here, if you declare it with var, is the same as this one if you declare I before starting the loop. And even outside the loop, you can get the updated I. But this may cause problems. That's why it's better to use the let keyword in the strict mode. So if you use the let keyword here, okay, now you can see that we define I only inside this block, which is the loop, the for loop. And that means that outside of this for loop, we cannot access the I. So if you try to console log I here, it returns I is not defined because I's scope is only this block of code, this for loop. Okay, now we need to fix this code so that I is declared in the if statement is a separate variable than the I declared in the first line of the function. Okay, so we have here an I variable which is declared with var, and in this case so this is the function scope. Now we want this I to be separate from the I variable in the first line of the function. So the best thing we can do here is declare this with let. Okay, and you'll see that this console log will print the block scope. Let's see, let's call this just for you to see. Okay, as you can see, block scope I is block scope. It has the value inside the loop here, and function scope I is function scope. Okay, it is printed by this one. So we didn't change this I, because if we didn't put this let here, let's see. Yeah. Yes. So if we did something like this, or if we didn't put a var, you see that we always get block scope. even in the function scope, even in the block scope. But if you declare it with let, then this I here is different from this I here. Okay, so let's run the tests. We need to remove. Okay, so okay, perfect. So let's go to the next one. Now we need to declare a read-only variable with a const keyword. Okay, so we can also use const instead of let. So it has all the features of let, with the bonus that the variable declared using const is read-only. So usually they are for constant values, which means that once a variable is assigned with const, it cannot be reassigned. Okay, so we cannot reassign it. Like, for example, this one throws an error. Now we need to change the variables that are declared using let or okay, so we need to change all the vars and make them let or const. Okay, when we want a variable to change, we need to use let and const where the variable needs to remain constant. Okay, so let's see. We have this sentence here. So this sentence is going to change. So let's use let here. Oh, no, actually this one inside will be a constant because it will be a sentence. Yes, so it will be the same sentence. But for this one, we need to use let. Let's run this. Sentence. Okay, so we need to use const variables in all caps. Sentence like this, and let's leave it like this. Okay, perfect. Ask me later. So now we need to mutate an array declared with const. Okay, so we said that we can use const for constant variables, but they only prevent reassignment. Okay, so let's see a case where const in this case is an array. So if you try to reassign it to another array, then it will throw an error, but you can mutate that array. So you would change the element with index 2. Okay. For our exercise, we have a const array. We need to change the array. We need to change the array to 257. Okay, but without using element assignment. Let's see. So let's do this the long way. So S0 needs to become 2, and S, of course there we can reverse it, but I don't think we have learned about that yet. So we need 257. So we put at S1 we need to put 5, and at S2 we need to put 7. Okay, so we are not reassigning it, but we are mutating this array. Okay, changing the elements at each index. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now, when we want to prevent object mutation, okay, so we can use, for this you can use object freeze. Okay, if the object is frozen, you can no longer add, update, or delete properties from it. Okay, let's see how we can do this. So here is the case of an object, and you can use the method .freeze, object.freeze, and apply it to the object. Okay, so we need to prevent the mathematical constants from changing, so we need to freeze the math constants object so that no one is able to alter the value of pi, add or delete properties. Okay, so this is pretty easy, so we just do object.freeze, and I'm going to put math constant. Let's put it in here. So let's run. This is all we need to do, I think. So let's try this. Okay, great. Now, using arrow functions to write concise anonymous functions. Okay, so since in JavaScript sometimes you don't need to name a function, especially when you are passing that function as an argument to another function, then we can create inline functions. Okay, this is similar to lambda expressions in Python. So we have some syntactic sugar to do this. We can declare a function. So we can declare a function something like this. Okay. If there is no function body, we can just do it like this for short, just the value we want to return. Okay, sounds good. We need to rewrite this function so that the function assigned to the variable magic, which returns a new date. Okay, let's do this. So we're going to use this notation. So this is going to be const magic is going to be the variable where we store the function, and we don't need the name here, and we just need to return a new date. So let's do something like this. Okay, the fat arrow function. Okay, so here is the variable where we store the function. Here we have the parameters and what we need to return. Okay, it's good. Okay, now we will write arrow functions with parameters. Okay, this looks very straightforward. You just put the parameters in here and the return value right here. So we need to rewrite the myConcat function, which appends the contents of array2 to array1 so that the function uses arrow function syntax. Okay, let's remove this. And we use the fat arrow. And we don't need the return. Let's just leave it like this. Let's move it a little bit like this. Okay, so this one equals. Okay, so this one should do it. Yep. Let's see. Of course, we need to declare it as a const. Okay. Okay, great. Now we're going to set default parameters for functions. Okay. So this is pretty easy. In the parameters inside the parentheses, we just leave the default value with an equals. Okay. So we need to modify the function increment by adding default parameters to that, so that it will add 1 to number if value is not specified. We just put the default value like this for value, and it will be 1. Let's run this. Okay, great. So now about the rest parameter. Okay, so the rest parameter is a way uh, to create functions which take an unknown number of so you don't have to define, or it will, the number of parameters of arguments that function takes, it will be always changing, so you can give a variable number of arguments. Okay, and all these arguments are stored in an array that can be accessed later on from the inside the function. So for example, this function has a variable number of arguments, and these arguments are stored in an array called args, and you can access it inside the function. Okay, so let's see. We need to modify the function sum using the rest parameter in such a way that the function sum is able to take any number of arguments and return their sum. Okay, so let's use the rest parameter like this, and now we are going to, so we don't need to do this part here. And now all the arguments are in this array, and over this we're going to apply reduce. We'll learn later about this, which is going to make the sum. Okay, let's run this. Okay, perfect. So the spread operator, let's see. So we need the spread operator to evaluate arrays in place. So what exactly does that mean? In this case, we can use apply to compute the maximum value in an array. Okay, so we use math.max, a math function, apply, and we're going to apply it to an array. Okay, and okay, so if you remember, the dot 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 array returns the unpacked array of arguments. So it spreads. So the just array right here, it gives us the array of the argument. But if we put the 3 dots, then it will unpack it. It will spread the array. Okay, so this is the spread operator. Now we need to copy all the contents of array 1 into another array R2 using the spread operator. We have this array here, and we need to copy. So what we can do here is inside the brackets, we can take all the elements of R1 but spread. And the way we can spread them is using the 3 dots. Okay, so in this case, we're just making a copy of R1. And you can see what is getting printed here. Just spread the elements of R1. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next one. Now we're going to learn about destructuring assignment. So this destructuring assignment is needed to extract values directly from objects. Okay, so if we have this object here, user, with a name and age, the way we can access the name, we can do something like this with a dot notation. But to save us from writing all too many lines of code for each property that this object has, we can write something like this. This is just syntactic sugar again. So we can access the name and age from this user object defined here, doing something like this. So this allows us to destructure this object. And now we will have name inside the variable name stored John Doe, and in the variable age 34. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to replace the to assignment with an equivalent destructuring assignment. Okay, so it will assign today and tomorrow to the values today and tomorrow from the high temperature. Okay, so what we can do here is const and use the destructuring today, tomorrow. This is going to be equal to high temperatures. So of course inside today we will store 77 and inside tomorrow we will store 80. So we don't have to give them, we're not forced to give a yesterday as well to destructure it. We can just give the variable that we want. Let's run this. Okay. Now we can also assign variables. So we can use destructuring assignments to assign variables from objects. Okay. So we can assign a new variable name. If we have this user with name and age, then we can do something like rename this property from name to username and from age to user age. We can do it like this. Okay, this one is the thing. We need to so in this case we have something that we are doing using the dot notation, but we need to use the destructuring assignment. So this today needs to be renamed as hi today, and this tomorrow needs to be renamed as hi tomorrow. So we can do that using this syntax. Okay, let's do it here. And today will be hi today, and tomorrow will be hi tomorrow. This is going to be equal to high temperatures. Okay, let's run this. Okay, great. Let's continue. So we now need to use the destructuring to assign variables from nested objects. Okay, so when we have something like this, so we have an object user and inside we have an object John Doe. If we want to extract the values of object properties and assign them to variables with the same name, and we can do it like this. So we can again use the nesting. So let's try the exercise. We need to replace the two assignments here with an equivalent destructuring assignments. Okay, it would still assign the variables low today and high today to values today.low and today.high from the local forecast object. So we can do it using this syntax right here. Const, and then we have here okay, so right here we have today, and inside we can put today as hi today. Let's start with low. So we have today, and then low will be low today, and high will be high today. And this will be equal to local forecast. This should do it. Okay, wait just a second. So we have today. Low today. Yep, it was just a typo. Okay, great. So now we will assign variables from arrays. We can use this. So here we explain the difference between the spread operator and array destructuring. So the spread operators unpacks all the contents of an array into a comma-separated list. You cannot pick or choose which elements you want to assign to variables. Destructuring an array lets us do exactly that. So you can pick which elements you want to assign to variables. Okay, so if we do something like this, so we are destructuring this array and we are assigning to A the value 1 and to B the number 2. Okay, and then if we want, for example, something like if we want to assign to A number 1, B number 2, and C number 5, we just put commas right here, the number of commas for the elements we want to skip. Okay, see, so in this case we're skipping 3 and 4 by using 2 commas right here. So we need to swap the values of A and B so that A receives the value stored in B and B receives the value stored in A. So this will be const AB, and we are using this to destructure the BA. Let's try this. Wait. A receives value stored in B. Okay. Let's do it like this. And this. This one should work, I'm not sure, but let's try this. Okay. Oh, that's all we needed to do. Okay, now we are using the structuring assignment with the rest parameter to reassign an array's elements. Okay, so we might want to collect the rest of. Okay, so in this case, if we have this array and we want A and B and then the rest to be collected in another array, we can use the rest parameter. Okay, so we are going to use the destructuring assignments with the rest parameter to perform an effective array prototype slice so that array is R is a subarray of the original array source with the first 2 elements omitted. Okay, so we want array to be a subarray of the original one. So we need to remove the first 2 elements from the list. Okay. So constant of, we can do it like this. So let's try this. So const, we can use, maybe this should work. We 2 commas just to represent the 2 elements we want to omit. And let's run this. Okay, that does it. So now we're going to use the destructuring assignment to pass an object as a function's parameter. Okay. We can destructure the object in a function argument. We have this code right here. So we have a one-line function which takes profile data and just destructures this profile data object. Okay. But we can do this in place, like this. So we can give an object to this function as an argument which has these properties, and we destructure them, destructure that object in place. Okay, so we need to use this destructuring assignment with argument to the function half. Okay, to only send max and min inside the function. So stats has all these properties, but we need to send only max and min. Stats.max. Okay, let's destructure it in place. We can do it like this and just use max and min. And inside we can do max and min. This one should do it. Let's run this. That's great. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it at this one for today. So in the next video we will continue with ES6. Thank you for watching once again. Don't forget to try to solve this on your own and then come to this video if you need some help. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share this video if you want to support me and my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to continue where we left off in the last video with the ES6 exercises in the freeCodeCamp curriculum. Okay, let's get started right away. So in this exercise, we're going to learn how to create strings using template literals. Okay, so template literals allow you to create multi-line strings and to use string interpolation. Okay, so what does that mean? For example, here we want to create this string saved in the const variable greeting, and as you can see, we put the characters we want in the string, but also we can access another string from another object, like from the object person, using the dot notation and this dollar sign. Okay, so we can construct new strings like this. Okay, let's see what we are asked for from the exercise. So we need to use the template literal syntax with backticks to display each entry of the result object's failure array. Each entry should be wrapped inside list item element with the class attribute text warning and listed within the result display array. Okay, so we need to change this variable here. Let's see. So we can use an iterate. Okay, let's write this. So we want to display, we want to have an array of strings which are constructed like this. Let's see. And in the end we should have something like this. what we can do in this case is we can, so this is the result, this is okay, we have this result object, and we want to access failure. Okay, okay, what we can do in this case, we can iterate through this array and grab only we can iterate through this result.failure array to get all the values. Okay, so let's do that. For let I equal 0, I smaller than array.length, and I++. Okay, so inside we will have all these strings. Okay, so to access that string, we can do something like this. My str is going to be array at index I, and we want to append to this result display array. Okay, so let's declare this as an empty array. Now what we want to append is actually all of this, so we need to add all this stuff. Okay, and inside we need to have, this will be the variable we are grabbing from this array. Let's see, we can try something here. Display string will be, we can copy and paste this. But in this case we want to replace this with a variable, and this is going to be the array I. Okay, so yes, so it should display this array inside, but we need to make sure to escape the quotes, okay, the double quotes. Let's see. Oh, first let's try if this works without escaping the double quotes. Okay, so I am creating this display string and I want to push it into the array. Okay, so result display array dot push display str. I'm going to use this. And in here we can just do this. And I am using the wrong quotes here, sorry about that. So it's like this. Okay, much better. And we want my, and let's see we also need to declare this. Sorry, I'm used to Python. So we are iterating through the array. We are creating a new string, getting that index, that element at that index, and then I am constructing a new display string like this using the variable mystr, and I'm pushing that new display string into the result display array. Okay, let's run this. Okay, we can also use const right here. It's better to use const. Perfect, that's what we wanted in this case. Let's continue. Okay, now we need to write a concise object literal declaration using object property shorthand. Okay, so let's see this as an example. So we have a shorthand for the function get mouse position, and we are doing an object. We're creating an object here. Returns an object containing two properties. Okay, so there's something we can do. So this is the shorthand for this shorthand. So we can return an object with x as a property and this as a value. So we can try to write something like this. Use object property shorthand with object literals to create and return an object with name, age, gender properties. Okay, so we need to change the code right here. And actually we can do something pretty easy. So we can remove all of this, or maybe let's rewrite this. So this should be pretty straightforward. So inside we just type name, age, gender. Let's see if this works. Okay, that works. Okay, now about concise declarative functions. Okay, we can use the inside objects in ES5 we could use the function keyword, and in ES6 we can remove the function keyword and colon altogether when defining functions in objects. Okay, so we can just write the name of the function without using the keyword. So let's refactor this and use the shorthand. That seems pretty standard. Okay, just remove the function keyword and the colon, and that should do it. Yeah, it does it. Great. Ask me later. Okay. Now we need to use class syntax to define a constructor function. Okay. So in ES6 we have this class keyword. Okay, it's just syntax and not like a full-fledged class-based implementation of an object OOP like Python, Java, or Ruby. Okay, so let's see the example. Here we have the declaration of a class with a keyword class, a name, and a constructor. And then we use the new keyword. Okay, so the constructor is invoked when the new is called. Okay, great. So we need to use the class keyword and write a constructor to create vegetable class. Let's create the vegetable class using class keyword. Let's look at the example right here. Okay, and inside we can write a constructor target vegetable. This dot, let's write this name. This dot name equal to name. So this is how we are constructing the vegetable class. Okay, and we are adding a property name. Let's run this. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to learn about getters and setters to control access to an object. So here is a getter and a setter. You can use get and set keywords. Okay, this sounds, and we create these new properties. Okay, let's see. So we are using the dot notation. Okay, now we need to use the class keyword to create a thermostat class. Okay, let's write this thermostat, and inside we need to make a constructor which takes temperature. Okay, temperature, let's call this temp, and this dot temp is going to be equal to temp. Okay, so we have the property temperature now, which is in Celsius. We need to create a getter and setter in the class to obtain the temperature in Celsius. Oh, sorry, it gets it in Fahrenheit and we need to return it in Celsius. Okay, so let's write the getter and setter. Okay, down here, get Celsius temperature. I'm calling it like this. And I'm going to return this dot temp, but we need to convert it. So it will be 5/9 times this dot temp minus 32. And that should do it. So we are converting it. Okay. And then we need to we need to also put a setter in the class. Okay. And set Celsius temp, and I'm calling this update temp. And now we're going to update the temperature, and this is going to be, since the update temp is in Celsius, we need to convert it in Fahrenheit, so it will be this one, update temp times 9.0 over 5. Okay, this looks good. Okay. Okay, let's see how this runs. So we're creating a new thermostat right here. We set the temperature. Okay. Okay. We need to name the property temperature. I didn't notice that. Let's. Okay. So I'm going to call this temperature and this temperature as well. Let's run this. Okay, that works. So we are going to create a module script. Okay. So in order to make JavaScript more modular, clean, and maintainable, ES6 has introduced a new way to easily share code among JavaScript files. Okay, so we can export parts of a file for use in one or more other files. And we can import the files we need where we need them. Okay, so here is an example of a module. So if a script uses this module type, you can use the import and export. Okay, we can add a script to the HTML and give it the source of index of type module and give it the source of index.js. So we can do it like this. It's going to be a script of type equal module and source will be index.js. And we should close the script. Okay, let's run this. Okay, great. We need to use export to share a code block. Okay, so let's see here. We are exporting this add variable which stores a function and performs addition. Okay, but we can do something like this. So instead of exporting, putting the export right here, we can store the function in this variable and export this variable. And then we can import it in another module to reuse that code. Okay, great. So now we have defined here two functions in two variables. We can just export them like this and lowercase string. Let's see. Okay, that works. Now about using the import. So we can choose which parts of a file or module to load. Okay, so this is an example. This will find add in the math functions.js import. We can import more than one item. Okay, so we need to use the import statements that will allow us to import these two functions from the string functions.js. Okay, since pretty easy, let's write it here. So we need to import uppercase string and lowercase string. Uppercase and lowercase from string functions. Since it is in the same directory, we can use this notation. And I think that does it. Okay. Nice. Let's continue. We can use the star to import everything from a file. Okay. So we need to import all the contents in this .js module. And we can use the as keywords to rename it, to put a name. Okay. So let's try this. we can do import star as string functions from, and let's call this string functions.js semicolon. Okay, great. Now, if we need to have an export fallback with export defaults. Okay, so there's another export syntax known as export default. So usually this syntax is used if only one value is being exported from a file. So it is also used to create a fallback value for a file module. Okay. Here we have a named function. Here we have okay. This is the anonymous function. So since export default is used to declare a fallback value, you can only have one default be a one value be a default export in each module for a file. Okay. So we have this default for the function. So we want this function to be the default. Export default. And we can write this. Let's run this. Okay. Now we are going to learn about importing a default export. Okay. So we learn how to export it. Usually we do something like this. Okay. So the only change is that we do not use the curly braces around the variable. Okay. So we just use the variable name. Let's import the code, the default export from the math functions.js. I'm going to name it import subtract from math functions.js. Okay, let's run this. Okay. Now we're going to learn about JavaScript promises. So we use promises in JavaScript. Well, it's exactly what it sounds like. So when you promise to do something, which usually is asynchronously, so we're going to talk maybe later about this. And when the task completes, you either fulfill your promise or fail to do so. So promise is a constructor function. So we need to use the new keyword to create one. It takes a function as its argument with two parameters, resolve and reject. So these are methods used to determine the outcome of the promise. Here is an example. Okay, we need to create a new promise called make server request and pass in a function with resolve and reject parameters to the constructor. Let's call this const make server request, and it's going to be a new promise. It's going to take resolve and reject, which are two methods, and it's a fat arrow function. Okay. This should do it. Something missing. Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay. Now we need to complete the promise using the resolve and reject. Okay, so there are three states in a promise: pending, fulfilled, and rejected. Okay. The promise we created in the previous exercise is forever stuck in pending state because we did not add a way to complete the promise. Okay, so the resolve and reject parameters given the promise argument are used to do this. Resolve is used when you want your promise to succeed, and reject is used when you want it to fail. Okay, so this method, these are methods that take an argument. Okay, let's see the example. Here we have a new promise created. We put an if condition, which if that is fulfilled, then we do the resolve, and else we do the reject. Okay. So strings are the arguments for resolve and reject in this case, but it can be anything. In this case, we just give them strings because this is what we want to console log if this happens. Okay, so we need to make a promise, handle success and failure. So if response from server is true, call the resolve method. Okay, let's do this first. So if response, so this checks if response from server is true, and what we need to do is call the resolve method. So we need to call the resolve method here. Resolve, and we're going to give this message as an argument. Okay, yeah, we got the data. And if it is false, we are going to use the reject method instead and pass this message, data not received. Okay, so use reject, data not received. Okay, that should do it. Great. Now, when a promise is fulfilled, okay, so that's when they are most useful. So when you make a server request, it takes some amount of time, and after it completes, you usually want to do something with the response. And we can do this using the then method. Okay, so then is immediately executed after the promise is fulfilled with resolve. Here's an example. My promise.then, and then we have an arrow function in here to do something with the result. The result object comes from the argument given to the resolve method. Okay. So we need to add then to the promise, and we need to use result as the parameter of its callback function and log result to the console. Okay. So here we have our promise, and then I'm going to use this to write the then, and I'm going to give that result as a parameter, is going to be a fat arrow function, and what this does is just console log result. Okay, that's it. Perfect. Now, then is for successful promises, but for rejected promise we need to use catch. Okay, so this is a method we use when the promise has been rejected. It is executed immediately after promise reject method is called. Okay, so here's the syntax, my promise.catch error, and we do something with the error in here. The error is the argument passed into the reject method. Okay, so we can chain then and catch sometimes if we want to. I think that's the usual way you do it in JavaScript. So we need to add the catch method to your promise. We need to use error as a parameter of its callback function and log error to the console. Okay, so let's do this. Make server request dot catch, and then we're going to use this syntax as error, and we console log error. Let's run this. Okay, great. That was it for ES6. In the next video, we will continue with regular expression challenges in JavaScript. Okay, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to the channel to support me. Also, if you want, hit that notification bell so you get a notification whenever I upload something new. I'll try to upload 2 to 3 times per week and to maintain this schedule, so every Monday, every Wednesday, and every Friday. So uh, make sure to follow on this and to keep on learning. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So we are going to continue today with freeCodeCamp curriculum. Last time I finished the ES6 exercise, so today we're going to start with regular expressions. Okay, let's get into it. Regular expressions are special strings in this case that represent a search pattern. You've probably seen them maybe somewhere for email validation is really popular in the front end or something like that. Okay, let's go to the exercises right away. Okay, so the test method. If you want to find the word the in the string the dog chased the cat, you could use the following regular expression, which is just the literal word we want to find. And the way JavaScript uses regexes is to test it first using the .test method. It takes a regular expression and applies it to a string and returns true or false if your pattern finds something or not. Pretty straightforward. So here's an example. The test string. This is the regular expression, the regex, and the pattern is code. We want to search for the word code, and we use test to see if it returns true. Okay, we need to do the same. We need to apply the regular expression myRegex to the string myString using the .test method. Okay, so just apply to the regex the method test, and inside I'm going to put myString. And this one should return true because hello is in this string. And it does. Okay. Let's go on. Now, matching literal strings. Okay, so that's what we did in the last exercise. Okay, so we did a literal search. Let's try something else. If you search for Kevin, it will not match. It will match only this Kevin, only with uppercase K. If we use lowercase k, it won't match it, or if you use all uppercase. So, and later on we will learn how to match all those other forms as well. In this case, we need to complete the regex Waldo regex to find Waldo in the string Waldo is hiding with a literal match. Okay, so in here I'm going to write Waldo and with uppercase W because we are doing a literal match. Okay, that should do it. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to match a literal string with different possibilities. Okay, so we can use the OR operator to search for multiple patterns. Okay, so if we want to match yes or no, the regex you want is this one. Okay, it's similar to JavaScript code. So we can add more patterns by adding the OR operator. And now we want to complete this pet regex to match the pet's dog, cat, bird, or fish. Okay, let's do this. So dog or cat or bird or fish. Okay, this is what we want in this case. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now, so far we've looked at regexes to do literal matches of strings. But we also want to match sometimes case differences. Letter case, that means. Okay, so we can match both cases using what is called a flag. So today we're going, in this exercise we're using the I flag, which means for ignore case. Okay, so if you use the I flag, it will find both lowercase and uppercase versions of that word, of that pattern that you are searching for. Okay, so if we want to match freeCodeCamp, no matter its case, we can just add I. Okay, let's write first the pattern. I'm going to write it all lowercase because it doesn't matter if we are going to use this I flag. Okay, great. Now, how to extract matches. Okay, now so far we use the test method. Now we're going to use the .match method. And we're going to apply to a string and pass in the regex inside the parentheses. Okay, great. So here's an example. This is the string regular expressions. We have this regex expressions, and the match will return us an array with its matches, and there's only one match in this case. Okay, let's do this. So we want to apply match method to extract the word coding. Okay, so let's do this. Coding. This is the regex we want, and the result will be in this case, remember that you need to write the string first, and we applied the match method to that, not like we did with test, because we applied the test method to the regex. So coding regex will be the input. Let's run this, and that's good. Okay, if we want to find more than the first match, because so far we found only the first match, and to repeat the pattern search more than once, we can use another flag, the G flag. Okay, so we just add the flag. That's pretty straightforward. So here we have the star regex. We need to find and extract both twinkle words from the string twinkle star. Okay, now remember that we will write twinkle here. In this case, twinkle is written once with an uppercase and another with a lowercase t. So we need to use also the flag for ignore case. We can do like this. So we apply two flags, global and ignore case. And now we're going to use the match method, match star regex. And this is going to give us an array with all the matches. Perfect. And now we're going to learn about wildcard and period. Okay, so if you're not searching for exact characters, you can use the wild character, which is a dot or a period. With this one will match any one character, so only one character, but any character. Okay, so for example, if you wanted to match all the words hug, ha, hurt, or hum, you can use this pattern HU and a dot. This dot can be any character, so it can be a G, an H, a T, or an M. Okay, so we need to complete the regex unregex so that it matches the strings run, sun, fun, pun, none. So as you can see, we have the second and third letter UN, but the first one can be any letter. Okay, so let's write this dot and UN. And we'll just test it. So this will be the pattern. Great. Now we're going to match single character with multiple possibilities. Okay, so we learned how to match a literal and a wildcard. You can search for literal pattern with some flexibility with character classes. So character classes allow us to define a group of characters which you want to match by placing inside a square bracket. Okay, so we can make a pattern like this. So this square brackets here contain 3 characters, but that means that inside here we only want one character, but one of these 3. So inside the square brackets we only put the choices. But then again, this means only one character, and it can be only an A, an I, or a U. Okay, similar like the dot, but dot was meant for any character. In this case, we specify the options. So if you want to match bag, big, and bug, we can use this. Okay. So we need to use a character class with all the these vowels in our regex, vowel regex, to find all the vowels in the string quote sample. Okay, so we also want upper and lowercase vowels. Let's do this. So we want to match all the vowels. A, E, I, O, U. And we want them both uppercase and lowercase, so I'm using the I flag for ignore case. And I'm going to okay, now I'm going to use the match quote sample.match, and I'm going to give vowel regex as an input and run this. Okay, we also want the global flag. Great. Okay. Matching letters of the alphabet. So we can use character sets, but we can use also we can define a range of characters using the hyphen. Okay, so if we want all the letters from A to E, we can do this. Okay, so match all the letters inside quote sample. To do that, we can cover all the letters from A to Z in the English alphabet, and we want them all and ignore case. Let's run, so let's try this. Called sample.match. Okay, perfect. Okay, now matching numbers and letters of the alphabet. We can also make ranges of numbers, like we did with letters. Okay, so, and we can combine them like this. All the letters from A to Z and all the numbers from 0 to 9. All the digits, to be more precise. Okay, so we need to create a single regex that matches a range of letters between H and S and a range of numbers between 2 and 6. Okay, let's write this down. So H till S and the numbers 2 to 6. Okay, so let's make this global and ignore case. And then quote sample dot match, and let's close this here. Perfect. Okay, if we want to match single characters not specified. Okay, now we can use negated character sets. So you can place a caret after the opening bracket and before the characters you do not want to match. Okay, so in this case, this pattern here means that I want any character except for these two, A, E, I, O, U. Okay, so also characters and like this, also white space, are matched. Okay, so this negated vowel character only excludes the vowel characters. Okay, we need to create a single regex that matches all characters that are not a number or a vowel. Okay, so we want to start this with a caret. I don't remember where the caret is in my keyboard. Okay, I think I found it. It's Shift 6. Okay, so all the characters that are not a number or a vowel. Let's exclude numbers first. I'm going to, okay, let's put it here. Sorry about that. So inside the brackets, I'm going to exclude 0 till 9, all the numbers, and all the letters A, E, I, O, U. Okay, and we want them global and ignore case. Okay, let's run this. Let's do this. So quote sample dot match and my regex. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now we want to match irregular match characters that occur one or more times. Okay, it means when they appear one or more times in a row. Okay, so for example, we can use the plus character. So that is, the character has to repeat one after the other. Okay. So A plus in this case would match ABC and return A. It will also match AABC and return AA. Okay. In this case, it would return just A and A, two matches. Let's find matches when the letter S occurs one or more times. In Mississippi. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to use the letter S here with a plus. So that should do it. Let's make it global. And ignore case. Oh no, just global. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now we are going to match characters that occur 0 or more times. Okay, so we use the plus sign to look for characters that occur one or more times. Okay, there's also an option that matches characters that occur 0 or more times, and that would be the star or the asterisk. So, for example, this one, go star, this one would match go and also just G, because O can be from 0 to infinity. So it also matches just G, because we can also have no O. Okay, Chewy quote has been initialized as arc, this one. Oh, it's not here. Behind the scenes, create a regex, Chewy regex that uses the star character to match an uppercase A character immediately followed by 0 or more lowercase a characters. Okay, so we don't need flags for this one. So we need to match an uppercase A and an indefinite number of A's, of a lowercase a. So from a 0 or more. Okay, this one should do it. Great. Now, lazy matching. Okay, so greedy match finds the longest possible part of a string that fits the regex pattern and returns it as a match. The alternative is a lazy match, which finds the smallest possible part of the string that satisfies that regex pattern. Okay, so for example, this pattern in Titanic, this is basically a pattern that starts with T and ends with I and has some letters between. Regular expressions are by default greedy, so the match would return Titani. It finds the largest substring. Okay, but if we use the question mark character to make it a lazy match, then it will only find Ti. Okay, so this one right here, this one will fulfill that regex pattern. Okay, we need to fix the regex to return the HTML tag h1 and not the text right here. Okay, so we need to perform a lazy match by using the question mark. Okay, let's try to do this. So I'm using, after the star operator, I'm using this. Let's run this. Perfect. Okay, this is a long exercise. Let's see. Find one or more criminals in hunt. Okay, time to pause and test your new regex writing skills. We have a group of criminals escaped from jail, which ran away, but we don't know how many. However, you do know that they stay close together when they are around other people. You are responsible for finding all the criminals at once. Okay, here's an example. Z plus matches the letter Z when it appears one or more times in a row. Okay, so we need to write a greedy regex that finds one or more criminals within a group of other people. A criminal is represented by the capital letter C. Okay, so this one is a criminal, this one is a criminal, not the other ones. So we need to find one or more criminals within a group of other people. Okay, let's see. So I'm not getting one thing here, if a criminal is considered this string or if it's just one letter. So how is a criminal represented? Okay, let's see. So our regex should match one criminal C in C Okay, so we want to make it an uppercase C. Regex should match to criminal CC. Okay, so we can have at least one or more C's. So in this case, we can use plus. Okay, should match 3 criminals. Okay, so we shouldn't match this, which means that we are okay with plus. Okay, let's try to run this first and see what we get. Oh, also let's make it global. Ah, that does it. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to match beginning string patterns. Okay. We can also use regular expression to search for patterns in specific positions in strings. Okay, so before we use the caret inside the character set to create a negated character set, but outside the character set, the caret is used to search for patterns at the beginning of strings. Okay, so this is an example. If we start the pattern with a caret, we are going to find this pattern Ricky, but only if it is at the beginning of a string. Okay, so let's use the caret character to find Cal only in the beginning of the string. Okay. This one should do it. Okay, great. Let's do one more and continue in the next video. Okay, now we are going to match ending string patterns. So for ending, we are using the $sign. This is pretty similar. We just put it at the end of the pattern, and we'll only match this pattern if it's at the end of a string, like this one. Okay, let's use this to match the string caboose at the end of the string caboose. Okay, so we want to match this at the end. Let's run this. Okay, great. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next one, we will continue with regular expressions. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and hit that bell notification icon. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to continue with freeCodeCamp curriculum with regular expressions. Okay, let's get into it right away. So this is the exercise where we left off in the last video. We're going to match all letters and numbers. Okay, so we learned how to use character classes. Okay, but we can match alphabet and numbers using this character. Okay, using this character class. Okay, so this is shortcut. This is a shortcut equal to A to Z uppercase, A to Z lowercase, 0 to 9, and it also includes the underscore character. Okay, so we don't have to do all of this. We can just use \W. Great. Now, these are called shorthand character classes. We're going to use \W to count the number of alphanumeric characters in various quotes and strings. Let's try to do this. So here we have a quote sample, and here is the regex, and we want to change this regex so that we match to count. So we want to count the number of alphanumeric. Okay, let's do this. Let's try W, and we can add this global. And what this is doing right here is matching all alphanumeric characters using the regular expression, and it's getting the length. Let's console log this just to see. Result. It's 31. Okay, that should be about right. So the only thing we're not counting in this case is this spaces and the full stop here, the dot. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now we're going to match everything but letters and numbers. Okay, so we learned how to use \w. Now we can search for the opposite of \w using uppercase W. Okay, this is the equivalent of this using the caret before A to Z, uppercase, A to Z, lowercase, 0 to 9, and underscore. Okay, now we're going to use this shorthand character class \uppercase W to count the number of non-alphanumeric characters in various quotes and strings. Let's do this. I'm using uppercase W, global, and again this is matching all of them and getting the length. Great. Now we're going to match all the numbers. To search for all the numbers, the shortcut is \d, okay, for digit. So this is equivalent of this character class here from 0 to 9. Now we're going to use this \d to count how many digits are in movie titles. Okay, written numbers don't count. Okay, let's try this. I'm just using the \d. And this is again doing the match and getting the length. Okay, great. Now we're going to match all non-numbers. Like with \w and uppercase W, we are doing the same here. The non-numbers, we can use the shortcut \upper_d. Okay, so if we want to count all of that, we can use \upper_d globally. Great. Perfect. Now, how to restrict possible usernames. Okay, so usernames are used everywhere in the internet. We need to check all usernames in the database. Okay, so here are some simple rules that users have to follow when creating their username. They can only use alphanumeric characters. The only numbers in the username have to be at the end. Okay, there can be 0 or more of them at the end. Username cannot start with the number. Username letters can be lowercase and uppercase. Username have to be at least 2 characters long. Okay, so a 2-character username can only use alphabet letters as the characters. We need to create a regular expression, a regex, to fit all the constraints listed above. Okay, so first, you can only use alphanumeric characters. So we're going to use \w for this. The only 2 numbers in the username have to be the only numbers, not 2 numbers in the username, have to be at the end. Okay, so we should always put the digits at the end. There can be 0 or more of them. So let's do this, \d, and we can have 0 or more of them. Okay, so we want 0 or more digits at the end. So let's make this a star, which means 0 or more. Okay, there can be username cannot start with the number. Okay, so at the beginning we want alphanumeric characters but not numbers. Okay, let's try to to write this. So we want alphanumeric. So at the beginning we use the caret for the beginning, and we want alphanumeric but not a number. So this one should cover it. And now in the middle we want alphanumeric characters. We don't care. So this can be from 0 to how many we want. This one has to be exactly 1. Okay, the numbers have to be at the end. So let's write the $sign here. Okay, there can be 0 more of them at the end. Username letters can be lowercase and uppercase. Okay, they have to be at least 2 characters long. A 2-character username can only use alphabet letters as characters. Okay, so first, this one covers the that it has to start with a number. That it has to start not with a number but with an alphanumeric. And let's see. Here we can leave this a plus. So it means that we need to have at least 1. Okay. Let's try to run this. So should not match A1. Okay, this one makes it match A1. Okay, so let's see how we can. Usernames can only use alphanumeric. Okay, the only numbers in the username have to be at the end. So this one I'm not sure, so let's remove this one for now. The only numbers have to be at the end. There can be 0 or more. Okay, this one I think it's covered. The second condition. And the first one, username letters can be lowercase and uppercase. Okay, that as well. And username have to be at least 2 characters long. A 2-character username can only use alphabet letters as characters. Okay, so now we want to make this. So how do we enforce that this is at least 2 characters long? Okay, first let's see. So we want the digits only at the end. And let's see all the use cases here. The regex should match CNAME. Okay. At least 2 characters. Let's try to do something here. I'm just copying this one. So in the middle, we might do something like this. Let's try to run this. It should match Z97. Let's make this a star. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. Let's try to ration about it, okay? So I'm going to simplify something here. So I'm going to leave A to Z and make this ignore case so that I don't have to type that. And now let's run this. Okay, so we want this A to Z at least 2 times. Let's make this A, Z, and plus. There's a shortened versions of this, but we haven't learned that yet with the brackets. Okay. So the only case we have to think about now is this one for Z97. Okay. So all the other cases are covered. What if we do no, this one doesn't work. So this one doesn't cover the cases like Z97. Let's try to use the or, so to cover 2 types of. Let's try this. Okay, I'm putting all of this into brackets, and I'm using an or here. And on this side, I'm going to cover the cases where we have only 2-letter. I'm going to cover only this. This one is the most problematic case, where usernames have to be at least 2 characters long, and the 2-character username can only use alphabet letters as characters. Okay, so let's write this. So only alphabet letters as characters. We want this to be A to Z, A to Z. As I said, there's a shortened version of this using a 2 inside brackets, but we haven't learned that yet. So this one should cover all the cases where usernames are 2 characters and we can use only alphabet letters as characters. Okay, so now let's rewrite this part. So we want this let's remove this, make this a plus, and let's run this. We shouldn't match just J. So let's write this. This is a very tricky. So the cases we don't want are the ones where we have numbers in here. But why is it let's see. Okay, first let's do something like this. And $sign. case, so we want cases from A to Z to start only with A to Z, and then they can have so the only case we shouldn't match is this one. What can we do in this case? So let's run this. Okay, let's try something else. Maybe remove the condition from this one. Okay, bear with me. I'm just trying something here. So now we always want to start with this. So it's the part in the middle where we want to have okay, let's put brackets here. So in here we're going to use an OR, and now we either want it to be a character from A to Z, or we want it to be a digit. Okay, let's run this. So we want digit or character. Perfect. So that was it. Let's see, guys, what I did here. So we should always start with we should start with a letter. So an alphanumeric character which is not a digit, and then inside this one covers the cases where it has to be at least 2 characters long, and the 2-character username can only use alphabet letters. Okay, so this one covers that, but we should also cover cases like this one, Z97. Oh, that was really tricky. Oh, let's get on with the next one. Okay, now we are going to match white space. Okay, so far we matched alphabet and characters and numbers. For white space, using \s. Okay, not only white space but also carriage return, tab, form feed, and new line characters. Okay, it's similar to this one. Okay, so this is for tab, carriage return, form feed, new line. Okay, let's see. We need to change the count white space to look for multiple white space characters in a string. Okay, let's do this. Make it global. Perfect. Now we want to match non-white space characters. Okay, so we learned about searching white space using the \s, and for non-white space we can use uppercase S. Okay, perfect. Let's try this. Let's make it global just in case. Okay. Okay, so let's continue with this one. We need to specify the upper and lower number of matches. Okay, so we can use this curly brackets, and inside put the numbers upper and lower and upper limit. Okay, so we need to match the entire phrase "oh no" only when it has 3 to 6 letter H's. Okay, let's write this down. So we want O, H needs to be from 3 to 6, and we want a space and no. Okay, let's try this. Perfect. Okay, now we need to specify. We can only specify. We can also specify only the lower number of matches. Okay, let's see. We need to change the regex HA regex to match the word Huzzah only when it has 4 or more letter Z's or Z. Okay, so only when it has, let's write this. We want Z to be 4 or more. So let's do it like this. And then we also want, let's run this. Perfect. Okay, we can also specify the exact number of matches. So we can just say the number inside the quotes like this. We want to match timber only when it has 4 letter M's. Okay, TI M is only going to be repeated 4 times. Okay, that's it. Okay, so check for all or none. If you want to search or may have parts of it that may or may not exist. Okay, you can specify the possible existence of an element with a question mark. So question mark means 0 or none. Sorry, question mark 0 or 1, not 0 or none. Okay, let's see. If you want to check both for color, the American pronunciation and the British spelling, not pronunciation, sorry. So we need to use favregex to match both the American and English favorite and the British English favorite with the U version of the word. So let's put U right here and leave a question mark. So we want you to be 0 or 1 time. Let's run this. I should have changed the regex, sorry. Favor U. Okay, perfect. Positive and negative look ahead. Okay, so look aheads are patterns that tell JavaScript to look ahead in your string to check for patterns further along. So when you want to search for multiple patterns over the same string. Okay, so positive look ahead and negative look ahead. Positive will look to make sure the element in the search pattern is there, but won't actually match it. But a positive look ahead is used as with a question mark. Okay, so the 3 dots are the required part that is not matched. On the other hand, a negative look ahead will look to make sure the element in the search pattern is not there. Okay, so the rest of the pattern is returned if the negative look ahead part is not present. Let's see some examples. For example, quit. So you have Q, Qt. So quit.match this Q regex will return Q. Okay, because so we search with a positive look ahead and U is there, so we return it. We return Q. And we check with a negative look ahead, so we don't want U to be there. And when we check no quit, which is Qt, then it returns Q. Okay, So let's see a password checker right here, which looks for looks for between 3 and 6 characters and at least one number. Okay, so we have in this case a positive look ahead. We want 3 alphanumerics, 3 to 6 alphanumerics, and we have a okay. So this one returns true. Okay. And now let's see. We need to use lookaheads in the PW regex to match passwords that are greater than 5 characters long, do not begin with numbers, and have 2 consecutive digits. Okay. Let's see how we'll do something like this. So we need to match passwords that are greater than 5 characters long, do not begin with numbers, and have 2 consecutive digits. Okay. So let's match the passwords that are okay. So let's take the condition one by one. It does not begin with numbers, so I'm going to use the caret to say that it shouldn't begin with a number. Okay, with uppercase digits or like this. Now we need to use a positive look ahead. So I'm going to put this into brackets. So it needs to have passwords that are more than 5 characters long. So we need to check for it to have an alphanumeric larger than 4. I'm putting 4 here because we already have one character in here, which is a non-digit. So I just have to check that after this one we have at least 4 characters. Okay, so this is one positive look ahead. Now, and it has two consecutive digits. Okay, another positive look ahead. This is going to be, we want 2 consecutive digits. Let's put it like this. But these ones need to be surrounded by alphanumerics. So this can be maybe plus and W plus. Okay, so as long as we have 2 consecutive digits, we don't care what's before or after. So it can be alphanumeric. And this one gives us the constraint for it to be at least 5 characters. Let's run this. Well, let's make this a star. It's better to make a star. Ah, that works. So, checking for mixed grouping of characters. Okay, when we want to check for groups, we use the parentheses. Okay. If you want to find either penguin or pumpkin, we can do something like this using the OR. We need to fix the regex so that it checks for the names of Franklin Roosevelt or Eleanor Roosevelt. Okay, in a case-sensitive manner, and it should make concessions for middle names. Okay, so let's see. We need to it can be Franklin or Eleanor, and there should be a space, and Roosevelt in a case-sensitive manner. Okay, so there might be a middle name in here, so we might put something like character class A to Z to Z, and let's make this a star. Okay, and this one should be with a question mark. Let's try to test this now. So the result will be myregex.test myString. Let's run this. Okay, so we should allow also the dot right here. Let's add the dot. Perfect. Now, how to reuse patterns using capture groups. Okay, sometimes patterns will occur multiple times in the string, so it would be wasteful to manually repeat the regex. We can search for repeat substring using capture groups. Okay, so we can use backslash and a number. This number starts at 1 and increases with each additional capture group you use. Okay, so the example below matches any word that occurs twice, separated by a space. So this one is repeating the group 1 right here. Okay, and it returns 2 results. Okay. So we're going to use this match method again on a string which will return. Okay, we need to capture a group in regex to match numbers that are repeated only 3 times in a string, each separated by a space. Okay, so we want the number, let's put it into a group. We want the digits, so the numbers should be D plus, and then there's a space, and we want them let's see this. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so let's make this a space and this one. So we want to capture numbers that are repeated only 3 times. But we don't want this case. Let's see. So how do we enforce a number to be repeated only 3 times? Let's see. So when we use this grouping, okay, but we need to enforce only the numbers that are repeated only 3 times. In this case, we are checking for numbers that are repeated 3 times or more, and we need a way to enforce this for it to be only 3 times, and that's it. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so this one seems tricky again. So what is happening here, we are capturing this and also this one right here. The first 3 and the last 3 at the same time. Maybe we can find a workaround. Like it should start. I don't know if this is the correct solution. And it should end with this one. Oh, that's what it wants in this case. Okay. We need to use capture groups to search and replace. So we can do, okay, we can search and replace in a string using dot replace. The inputs, we give it a regex pattern you want to search for, and the second parameter is the string to replace the match or a function to do something. Okay. So, for example, we'll replace this silver regex match with blue. Okay. You can also access capture groups in the replacement string with a $sign. Okay. So this one we're just doing from CodeCamp code, just reversing the order of the groups. So we need to write a regex fix regex using 3 capture groups that will search for each word in the string 1 to 3, then update the replace text variable to replace 1 to 3 with the string 3 to 1 and assign the result to the result variable. Okay, let's try this. So we want to capture \w plus. This is one group, \w plus, but we want a space here. This is the second group, and \s w plus the third group. Okay, and now we want to replace this fix regex just by reordering it. Okay, so let's use the, so we want 3 to 1, so let's see, this should do it. One parenthesized submatch. Okay. Make sure you're utilizing capture group. Okay. Should use. Let's see, why is this doing this? So we have one group. Let's check with the example right here. So one group, two, three groups, three groupings. Okay. Should use parenthesized submatch strings. I'm not seeing an error right here, but let's check. Sorry. I need to put this inside this one. Let's try it this way. And replace text. Okay, that's what. And the last one for regular expressions. Remove white space from start and end. Okay. Sometimes white space characters are not wanted, but are there. Okay, typical processing of strings is to remove the white space at the start and end of it. We need to write regex and use the appropriate string methods to remove white space at the beginning and end of strings. No, okay. We shouldn't use the trim method. So let's try something here. And we are going to use this groupings. So I want to capture the spaces, and there can be, maybe use this one. And I want this to be at the start. Okay. Also, I want to capture another group, which is going to be \star, and using the $sign at the end. Now, I'm going to use what we did last time, so replace. So this is going to be hello dot replace and ws regex, and instead I'm just going to give an empty string. Let's try this. The result variable should not be set equal to a string. Let's console log the result. Log so we still have the spaces, as I can see. Okay. We need to so let's see what this matches already. .log or maybe we can do something else. Let's remove this console log. So we want to capture okay, so let's try something. I think this one isn't working. It shouldn't be done like this. Maybe we should add another group here, which is the group we want to keep. So this one. So how do we match this one? Well, let's see. This is going to be alphanumeric, or maybe all non-space, and then one space and all non-space. Let's make this plus plus. Okay, so what in this case what this is doing is just removing everything. Let's cut this. Let's cut this for a moment. So it's still there. What if we take this out? Okay, let's leave this group right here. Okay, so now what we want is to just keep this group and remove this part. Okay, so what we can do, so this is the group number 2. We just now it seems to be working. Okay, so what we did is we grouped everything and we removed the first group and the third group, and we kept the second group. Okay, so let's run this. That's it. Okay guys, so that was it for the regular expression part. In the next video we will continue with the debugging challenges in JavaScript. Thank you for watching. This one, the regular expression exercises were a bit tricky, but I hope you try to solve them on your own. Thanks again. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hit that bell notification. I will keep making these videos, so stay tuned. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome back. So today we're going to continue with freeCodeCamp curriculum, and we're learning some debugging tricks in JavaScript. Okay, so let's get started right away with the exercises. I'm just going to the first lesson. Okay, so using the JavaScript console to check the value of a variable. Okay, so the console.log method, which prints the output of what's within the parentheses. That's pretty useful. Let's try this. So let's just print use a console log to print the value of variable a. Let's do it here. Console.log a. And here it is printing the value of a. Let's okay. Now, understanding the difference between the freeCodeCamp and browser console, of course. So, so far we have used the freeCodeCamp console, but you can also check it out in the browser console. So the freeCodeCamp console will print your console.log statements a short time after the editor detects a change in the script, as well as during testing. Okay, this console is cleared before the tests are run, and to avoid spam only prints the logs during the first test. So let's use the console log to log the output variable, and then use console clear. Okay, let's use this console dot log. Okay. And then we need to run the test. So we can use, let's do the console clear. Okay, so we can use the console clear to clear the screen. This is better if you try it on your browser console. We can use the type of to check the type of variable. So this is very useful. So we can check the data structure or type of a variable. Let's see. We need to add a console.log statement to check the type of each of the two variables 7 and 3 in the code. Okay, we can do this like this. Console.log type of 7 and do the same for 3. As you can see, 7 is a number and 3 is a string. Okay, now how to catching misspelled variables and function names. So console log and type of. Okay, so this is an issue. We have to take a look at the spelling. So we need to fix the two spelling errors in the code. Networking capital. Okay, so one is that the name of this variable is wrong. And payable, let's see. This one also was written wrong. Okay, perfect. Always have to check for misspellings. Unclose parentheses, brackets, braces, and quotes. You should always remember to close the parentheses. Sometimes JavaScript will tell you, you see this red underscore. Here we need to close the brackets. And there's something missing. Two pair of errors. You should the missing piece of the we need to fix the missing piece of the reduce method. Okay, as you can see, so I think we need this. These are the arguments to the function. Let's just remove this. Wait. So I think this should do it. So the parenthesis was missing here. The paren. Okay. Perfect. Now, catching mixed usage of single and double quotes. Okay, in JavaScript you can use both single and double quotes, but if you start with single quotes, you need to end with single quotes, and if you start with double quotes, you need to end with double quotes. So we have an error here, so we need to fix the string so it either uses different quotes for the href value or escape the existing ones. Keep the double quotes mark around the entire string. So we need to keep these double quotes, and we need to use different quotes for the ID of the HTML element here. So I'm using single quotes instead of double, and that should do it. Okay, great. Now catching use of assignment operator instead of equality operator. Oh, this is a very common one. So when you use just one equals, it means that you are assigning a value, but if you use 2 or 3 in JavaScript, it means you are checking, you are making a Boolean expression to check for equality. Okay, we need to fix the condition so the program runs the right branch and the appropriate value is assigned to result. So in here we need 2 equals. Okay, and yeah, so only inside in the if condition we need a Boolean expression for which we need 2 equal operators. The rest are assignment. Okay. Now catching missing open and closing parentheses after a function call. Okay, we need to fix the code so that the variable result is set to the value returned from calling the function get9. Okay, so to call a function we need to open and close parentheses. Since we have this function doesn't accept any arguments, we can leave this empty. Okay. Now catching arguments passed in the wrong order when calling a function. This is another mistake which can happen frequently in dynamic languages like JavaScript or Python. Okay. So for the function accepts the base first and then the exponent. So let's change the order here, base and exponent. Okay. Catch off by 1 errors when using indexing. Okay. Okay, so when we need to fix the 2 indexing errors in the following functions so that all the numbers 1 through 5 are printed to the console. Let's see. Here we have count to 5. First 5 is a string 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the length with the length of the first 5. Okay, and then we are console logging first 5i. So in this case we are starting to count from 1, but of course to access the first element in a string you start from index 0. So we need to fix this right here, make this 0 and this less than. Okay, let's run this. It does it. Okay, we need to reinitialize variables inside the loop. So sometimes when it's necessary to save information like increment counters or reset variables within a loop, potential issue is when variable either should be reinitialized and aren't or vice versa. So if you accidentally reset the variable being used for the terminal condition, causing an infinite loop. Okay, we can use console log to uncover buggy behavior to check if we have reset that variable. So the function is supposed to create a two-dimensional array with m rows and n columns of zeros. Unfortunately, it's not producing the expected output because the row variable isn't being reinitialized, set back to an empty array in the outer loop. Fix the code so that it returns the correct 3x2 array of zeros, which is like this. Okay, so here we have an empty array and an empty row. So we are declaring the row right here, but instead we should be doing it inside the first loop, the outer loop. Okay, let's try to move this right here. So in every iteration of this for loop, this is reset to an empty row. And this one seems to do the trick. Let's see. Yeah, that does it. And how to prevent infinite loops with a valid terminal condition. So this is the last one for this topic. So there's an example of an infinite loop. Okay, so this one, function loop, while true, since this will always be true, and we don't reach the terminal condition, this will go on forever. So what we have to do in our exercise, my function contains an infinite loop because terminal condition I different from 4 will never evaluate false, and break the looping. Okay, so minus I will increment by 2 each pass and jump right over 4 since I is odd to start. Fix the comparison operator in the terminal condition so the loop only runs for I less than or equal to 4. So in this case we started I to 1 and we increment by 2, so we will jump over 4, it will go 1, 3, 5, so this terminal condition will never be reached, so the loop will go on forever. The only way to fix this is to do something like this, and let's run this. Okay, that's it. Okay guys, so this was a shorter section than the previous ones. But this is very important. It's important to know how to debug your JavaScript code. Okay, thank you for watching. In the next one, I will continue with the basic data structure challenges in JavaScript. As always, don't forget to share, like, subscribe, and hit that bell notification icon. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome back. So today we're going to continue with freeCodeCamp with basic data structure challenges. Okay, let's get started right away. So we're going to use an array to store a collection of data. So far we have already seen arrays, but remember that in JavaScript arrays can contain Boolean strings, numbers, and other valid JavaScript data types. Okay, so we have to define a variable called your array and complete the statement by assigning an array of at least 5 elements in length. Okay, and it should contain at least one string ABC. Okay, one number 5 and one boolean true, and let's give it 4 and false. Let's see. Okay, pretty easy. Now we're going to access arrays contents using bracket notation. Okay, that's pretty easy again. We need to set the second position at index 1 of my array to anything you want besides B. This is very straightforward. Let's let it be 7. Okay, great. Now adding items to an array using push and unshift. Okay, so the array's length, it's not fixed in JavaScript, so they are mutable. We can add or remove elements. Okay, push adds element at the end and unshift adds element at the beginning. Okay, well, we have already seen this in previous exercises. So we have this function mixed numbers. We're passing an array as an argument, and we need to modify the function by using push and unshift to add I, 2, 3 to the beginning of the array and 7, 8 in Roman numerals to the end. Okay. Let's see. So we need to modify. we can give multiple arguments to push and unshift. So let's try this. Array dot unshift. I'm going to give this the argument. Okay. And now array dot push. I'm going to give the other three. And let's run this. Okay, perfect. Ask me later. Okay. Now removing items from an array with pop and shift. Okay, pop removes from the end and shift from the start of the array. We have this function pop shift, which takes an array as an argument and returns a new array. We need to use pop and shift to remove the first and the last element and assign the removed elements to their corresponding variables. Okay, so popped will be equal to array.pop and shifted will be array.shift. Okay, let's run this. Okay, these are very easy, surprisingly very easy. We need to remove items using splice. Okay, let's see what splice does. Splice allows us to remove any number of consecutive elements from anywhere in the array. Okay, so it can take up to 3 parameters. The first 2 parameters of slice are integers, which represent indexes or positions. Okay, and then first parameter represents the index on the array from which to begin removing elements, while the second parameter indicates the number of elements to delete. Okay, here's an example. If we want to start deleting from the third element, which is with index 2, and we remove 2 elements. So array will now, we will remove in this case the third and the fourth. Not so. Okay. And now it returns an array, and splice also returns the array created with the removed elements. Okay. That's straightforward. Let's see. We need to use splice to remove elements from the array. Okay, array.splice. So that it only contains elements that sum to the value of 10. Okay, I can do this with 2. So 521 here is array. Okay, so we need the final elements to only have the sum 10. So maybe we should keep 521 here. Gives us 8 and the 2. So we need to remove 4517. So we'll start removing from the second element with index 1. And we're going to remove 4. Okay. Yeah, looks good. Okay, great. Now adding items using splice. Okay. You can also give a third parameter to slice. So, and it is comprised of one or more elements to add to the array. Okay. So we can use this to switch out an element or a set of elements for another. Let's see. Right here we have removed we are adding 13 and 14 to the same index where 12 used to be this 12. Okay. have to define a function HTML color names, which takes an array of HTML colors as an argument, and we need to modify the function using splice. Okay, and remove the first two elements. Let's see, so array.splice start from 0, so we want to remove the first and remove 2, and then we need to add these two elements, dark salmon and blanched almond. Okay, I have no idea how this color looks like. Let's see. Okay, great. Now about copying array items using slice. So slice, rather than modifying an array, copies or extracts a given number of elements to a new array. Okay, so the first array is untouched. It takes two parameters. The first is the index at which to begin the extraction, and the second is the index at which to stop. Okay, so we have the function forecast that takes an array as an argument, and we need to modify it using slice to extract information from the argument array and return a new array that contains the elements warm and sunny. So here it is, warm and sunny. We want to slice this array. We want the third and the fourth element. Okay, let's see, array.slice, and we start from the index we want, index 2 for the third element, and we want, I don't know if this is inclusive, so we should write 4, because 4 is not included in this case. Okay, the index, and the second is the index at which to stop. So let's see. In the end, we should only have of course, because we are just creating a copy of this array. Let's do this. Okay, now copying an array using the spread operator. Okay, so spread operator allows us to easily copy all of an array's elements in order with a simple and highly readable syntax. Okay, we have this function copy machine, which takes r, an array, and num, a number, as arguments. The function is supposed to return a new array made up of num copies of r. Okay, we need to modify this function using the spread operator. So here we have a while loop to replicate the copying, to do the copying in the loop. Okay, let's see. So we want to make a copy of array and append it to new r. We can just do this, new r dot push, and then array right here. This one should work. Yes. We want them as arrays, so let's see. We can do this. I think it should work in JavaScript. Yep. Great. Now combining arrays with the spread operator. We can combine arrays or insert all the elements of one array into another at any index. Okay, so here's an example. We have this array, and inside of that array we put this wherever we want, and we've concatenated. Okay, now we have this function spread out that returns the variable sentence. We need to modify the function using the spread operator so that it returns the array. Learning to code is fun. Okay, we have two code here, and sentence, it's going to be learning. Wait, let's make this single quotes, learning, and then I'm going to put fragment to code is fun. Okay, is, if I could type, is fun. Okay, that looks good. Great. Now checking for presence of an element using index of. Okay, so this is a built-in method that allows us to quickly and easily check for the presence of an element on an array. So it takes an element as a parameter, and when called it returns the position or index of that element, or -1 if the element does not exist in the array. Let's see. So okay, sounds easy. We can use this in the function quick check that takes an array and an element as arguments. We need to modify the function so that it returns true if the passed element exists on the array and false if it does not. Just return. So we need to return only true or false in this case. So if index array dot index of, yeah, that's how we write it, element. Let's make it, if this is equal to -1, and let's put this into or we can, I think we can shorten this really nicely. Just do this, return, and check if this is different. Yeah, so in this case this will evaluate to true when it is in the array. Yeah, that sounds good. Great. We can iterate through an array's items using a for loop. Okay, but JavaScript offers several built-in methods, such as every, for each, and map. Okay, but a for loop offers us more control. Okay, let's see. We can iterate through and access each element of the array and subject. Okay, we need to define a function filtered array. It takes an array R, a nested array, and element as arguments, and returns a new array. So lm represents an element that may or may not be present on one or more of the arrays nested within R. So we need to iterate it with a for loop and return the filtered version of the past array such that any array nested. So we remove all the nested arrays containing the element. Let's see. So we're going to iterate this. Let I equals 0, I smaller than array.length and I plus plus. Now we just have to check if it contains okay. Let's try this like in Python to write the regular expression. So we would expect that so r dot I, so ri is another array, and we can check if index of element. So I'm not sure if this boolean, this will return the index of. Okay, let's see if we just want this different from -1. Okay, for that to be true. So if this is true, we need to okay, so we want to filter out all the arrays that contain. So maybe let's check if this is true. Now we want to add this array1 to the new array. New array.push ri. Otherwise we do nothing. Okay. Why isn't this working? So to return a filtered version of the past array such that any array nested within array containing element has been removed. Okay, in this case all of these contain the element 3, so we return an empty. Oh, that's good. Okay, I think I'm going to finish here for today, and we'll continue with the rest in the next video. Okay guys, thank you for watching. Don't forget to share, like, subscribe to support the channel. Also hit that bell notification icon. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome. So we're going to continue with basic data structures in JavaScript from freeCodeCamp. Before we start, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support it. Okay, thank you, and let's get on with it. So now we're going to learn about complex multidimensional arrays. So arrays can go into multiple levels of depth. And for this exercise, we need to modify this nested array so that it has 5 levels of depth, and somewhere in the third level it should include the string deep, in the fourth level the string deeper, and deepest in the fifth level. Okay, so this is considered the first level, this is the second level. So far we have only 2 levels into this nested array. Let's make this one is in the second level. Let's include it into the third level. So this one in here is into the third level. So inside here I'm going to include the word deep. Let's make this easy. Deep. Okay, so this one is in the third level of depth. Now I'm going to make this one with 4 levels. So let's make this maybe. Okay, so I added 2 parentheses. This is deeper. Okay, and now let's make this with 5 levels. Okay, and in the fifth level. Okay, oh. So this one is the 5th. In the 5th level, it should contain the word deepest. Let's make this deepest. Okay, let's try to run this. Or maybe there are. Let's try to see if there's already the word deep. Okay, now this is closed here. This is deeper. And then this is deepest. But this isn't 3 levels. Wait. So this is the first level of depth. No, this is the second. So this is in the second level. Okay. Yep, my mistake. Now in here it is in the third level. Okay, and also this one should go in here. There are many ways to solve this exercise. Okay, perfect. Let's make this full screen, sorry. Okay, so now we're going to add key value pairs to JavaScript objects. Okay, so if you remember, we talked about objects. They are just collections of key value pairs. So here we have a tag and character as an object. Okay, it has 3 properties, which each of them maps to a specific value. We can assign new key values like this, also using the bracket notation. This is better if, of course, this is required when you have spaces. Okay. So let's see the exercise. Here we have a foods object. It has been created using 3 entries. Using the syntax of your choice, add 3 more entries to it: bananas, grapes, and values. Okay. Let's add foods. I'm going to use the bracket notation. Bananas is going to be equal to 13. Let's make this. And we need to do this 3 times, but for grapes is going to be 35, and strawberries it's going to be 27. Okay. There's a space here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now objects as well can be nested, just like arrays. Okay, so here inside we have data as a key and an object as a value. Here we have a defined object user activity, which includes another object nested within it. So we need to set the value of the online key to 45. Okay, value for this one. We can access it using the dot notation, of course, or the bracket notation. Let's try with it. I like the bracket notation. It's always more. Okay, user activity. I'm going to access data, and then inside data I'm going to access online, and I'm going to set this to 45. Let's try. Great. Now, how to access with bracket notation. So we can also use a variable inside here. So this variable represents a key value. So a key, not a value. So here we have a function check inventory. It receives a scanned item as an argument and return the current value of the scanned item key in the foods object. Okay. We can also assume that only valid keys will be provided. Okay. So we need to return the foods bracket scanned item, and that should do it. Great. Now, using the delete keyword, okay, to remove object properties. So we can just do something like this to remove a property. So let's remove oranges, plums, and strawberries keys from the foods object. Okay, I don't know if you can group them all together, but let's write delete expressions one by one. So we need to remove foods dot oranges, and then we need to delete plums and strawberries. Plums. Okay. Okay. Great. Oh, how to check if an object has a property? So we can use the method hasOwnProperty. Okay. We can also use the in keyword. Let's see. So you can do something like this. So we also have we have created an object users with some users in it, and the function is everyone here, which we pass the users object to as an argument, and we need to finish writing the function so that it returns true only if the users object contains all four names, Alan, Jeff, Sarah, Ryan as keys, and false otherwise. Okay, so we need to check if all these names are in there. So we can check with his own property. Let's see. I think this one, I'm not sure if his own property can receive multiple arguments, but let's give it a shot. It's worth a try. So if object that has own property, let's see. I actually don't know this. I don't use JavaScript that much, so I want to test this. So let's see if it can accept Alan and then Jeff, Sarah, wait, Sarah and Ryan. So return true. Oh, this one is not needed. Why do we have? Okay, we need it. Else, wait. We can shorten this later. Return false. Let's run this. Okay, maybe we have to check one by one. Okay. Okay, so what it's not working is the function is everyone here should return false if Jeff is not a property on the user subject. Yeah, I don't think this one. Okay. Okay. I don't think this one works, so let's try it with and. So inside this one I'm going to use and I'm going to add all these conditions. Oh, we can really shorten this. Let's see. I'm just going to write one long return statement. So return this one, and we can copy this, and let's replace the names. Jeff, Sarah, and Ryan. Okay, perfect. So let's iterate through the keys of an object with the for in statement. So sometimes when you need to iterate through all the keys within an object, we can use a for loop. So let's see, for user in users. So in this statement, we define the variable user. Okay. Okay, let's see. So we have a function count online, which accepts one argument, user's object. Use the for in statements within this function to loop through the user's object passed into the function and return the number of users whose online property is set to true. Okay, an example of user's object which should be passed is shown below. Okay, so we need to loop through the object passed on function and return the number of users online. So let's declare a variable. So let count be 0, and now for we can write something like this. Let's copy this. Let's user in users. Now what we want to do is check if the online property is set to true. So if user.online, we can write it like this. And then if user.online, we increase the count. Count plus. In the end, we just return the count. Let's run this. So I think so we have the count initialized here. If user.online, this one should give us okay. Let's try to console log this. Console.log count. So I'm going to take this object right here and see what happens. So this is the object. This is users. Okay, and now let or const maybe. So now let's see, console.log count online users. This is strange because it should return true. If we make this const. So we have started the count 0 here. Okay. If user.online, we increase the count. This one should work. Of course, this is a really stupid mistake because I was iterating through users but not user object. Okay, so it's printing undefined here. Not sure why. Let's try the bracket notation. Maybe so okay. I think I rushed into the exercise without. So let's do users user. Okay, this is what we should have done to get the object. Okay, so users dot user users user object here. Okay, now it seems to be working. Okay, let's see. So this is our final code. Let's run the tests. Okay, great. Okay. Now, how to generate an array of all object keys with object.keys. So we can generate an array which contains all the keys stored in an object using object.keys method and passing it an object as the argument. Okay, an array with strings representing each property in the object. So let's write this function get array of users so that it returns an array containing all the properties in the object it receives as an argument. Okay, we simply do return object dot, what was this? Object dot keys, and we give object here. Great. How to modify an array stored in an object. So let's see. Let's take a look at the object we've provided. It was provided. Okay. Okay. So this is the user object. It has name, age, and data. And data is an object again. It has username, join date. Okay. So the data key contains 5 keys, one of which contains an array of friends. From this, we can see how flexible objects are as data structures. So we can write a function add friend. It takes a user object and adds the name of the friend argument to the array stored in user.data.friends. Okay, so if we add another user, it will take the name and it will add it to the friends. Let's try to do this. So this user object, we can access the name with user object.name. No, the friend, we need the friend's name. So user object to access the data. Okay, to access the data. And then inside data, we have friends, which is an array. Maybe I like to use the bracket notation. Okay, and now this is an array and we can just push the friend name. Let's try this. What? Okay. So friends, it's just an array. That's okay. We need also to return that array. Okay. Okay, so just return user. Okay, perfect. So this was the last exercise. In the next one, we will continue with basic algorithm scripting. So we finished with basic data structures. Okay, guys, so don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that bell notification icon so you can support the channel and I can continue to making these videos. If you find them helpful, of course. So thanks again, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So today we're going to continue with basic algorithm scripting in JavaScript from the freeCodeCamp curriculum. Okay, before we get started, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell notification. Okay, let's go. So in the first lesson, we're going to write a function to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, so we have the conversion right here. We just need to write code. So Fahrenheit will be 9 times 5, 9/5 of Celsius plus 32. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, great. This one was pretty easy. How to reverse a string. Okay, so let's see. We just need to reverse the string, but it says here's a hint, we may need to turn the string into an array. Okay, so I don't remember all the methods in JavaScript for strings and arrays, but let's try something. So string dot, wait just a second. Okay, so let's split this string into an array first. So string dot split. Maybe JavaScript has a reverse just for arrays, but I'm not sure. So let's see what this does. Console.log array. then
of course it isn't declared. Okay, so it just split. This one should work. Okay, so now we have the array of the characters. We can use string reverse. So array dot reverse, and we get the okay. But we can apply this to let's try function chaining in JavaScript. I'm just learning this stuff myself, so it's good practice. Okay, so now we have array with the reverse. We just need to concatenate, so not concatenate, to turn this array into a string.
okay. So let's see how we can do that.
Okay, so now we just need to join this array.
So maybe try this array
dot join. Let's see. Let new str join, and I'm just going to return new str. About this array dot join doesn't seem to be working. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not seeing here the returned string.
This one is making me
confused. So let's see if this works. Okay, that works. Great. Okay. Why isn't this? Let's see. Okay, let's get on with this. We need to return the factorial of an integer. So this is the factorial. Okay, we can do a for loop here. Let's try this. For equal to z. Let's start I at 1. And then
smaller or equal to
num and I plus plus. Okay, so I'm going to fact. Let's declare this fact to 1, and now factorial equal to I. Okay, and in the end
to return factorial.
So we are iterating through all the numbers from 1 to num, and we are multiplying them, and we are returning the product. Okay, perfect. So now let's find the longest word in a string. Okay, so we should return the length of the longest word in the provided sentence.
Okay.
In this case, we can try to so we can use a regular expression. I think that would be the easiest way to do this. Okay. Okay, now that I think about it, we don't need regular expressions here. I think that would complicate it too much. We just need to split this string by the white spaces so that we get an array with just the words. Okay, so let's try this array to be str.split, and I'm going to give the empty spaces. And let's try. So console.log array. Oh wait, I'm used to Python. And okay, console.log. Okay, so this is what we want. All the words, we just now iterate through them and we find the length of the longest word. Okay, great. So let's see. Let's declare this that max word to be an empty string, and let max length to be 0. Okay. Now let's iterate through the array for let to 0 I, then array.length, and then I++. Now we want to check if so we can get the first word by getting the index I of the array, the element at index I, and we can check if its length is bigger than max length, and then if it is, then we replace max length and max word with that one. Okay, but just a second. I think we don't need to save the word at all because we just need the length at the end, so we don't need that. Now if so we check the length of the so we are at this word, this dot length is bigger than or equal, okay, then max length, then we just do this, we just say that max length now is going to be this array I dot length. Okay, so we keep replacing it until we find, so at the end we will be left off with the largest length at the end. So we just need to return this max length. This one, so this one should return 6. Let's try console.log. Okay, so this one seems to be working. It's perfect. Return the largest numbers in arrays. Okay, so we need to return an array consisting of the largest number from each provided sub-array. So each array will contain 4 sub-arrays. So we can iterate through an array with a simple for loop. Okay. Okay. So we just need the largest number from each provided sub-array. Now we should have in this case 4 nested loops. Sorry, so we should have a nested for loop. Okay, so in the end we should return an array. Okay, now let's declare an array with the largest array, and this is going to be an empty array. And now we need to iterate through the subarrays first. Let's do this. For at I equal to 0,
and I is going to be smaller than array.length, I++ as always. Now inside here we need to declare a variable where we can store the largest array for this sub-array. So largest, let's just call this largest. Okay. I'm just starting this at 0. Oh, actually I shouldn't do that because they are all I don't know if these are all positive. Okay, let's just write this and then see. Now we need to iterate through the elements of the sub-array for so sub-array is going to be array I. Okay, so you don't get confused. Now let j be equal to 0, j is smaller than sub-array.length, and then j++. Okay. Now in here we just check if a number is larger than our largest, and if it is, we just replace the largest. So in the end of all the iterations, we will have the largest for this subarray. Okay, so if subarray j is larger, say, or equal to largest, then largest will be subarray j. Okay, so in the end, after all these iterations, we will have the largest number for this subarray, and then we want to push this largest number to the largest array. Push largest. Okay, and then in the end we just return largest array. Let's try this. Okay, console.log, and this one should return so 52739 1001. Okay, so I don't know why this is a different order. Oh, okay, because it's a different area. Okay, yeah. This one should be working fine. Let's run the tests. Okay, because they are not all positive numbers. Okay. So now we want to declare largest as well. We can do so. This is a simple trick. Let's declare largest as the first element in subarray. Okay, and 0. Let's run this. Yeah, that works. So we need to check if a string, okay, ends with a given target string. Okay, we can solve this with ends with methods, okay, but the purpose is so we should we shouldn't use ends with basically. Okay, let's try to do this. So let's see, we need to find if this one ends with, okay, so let's see, we can do something, we can start iterating through the elements starting from the end, and then check if all of them match. Okay, so we will do something like this. Let's declare I'm starting to iterate. So we want to iterate through all the elements in target. Okay, so we want to start I. Let's think about this for a second. So we want to start from the last element of str and the last element of target. So we can let's start iterating I from 0, and then we can use yeah, we can start to iterate. Let's say I is going to be less than target dot length, and then I plus plus. Now to get the last element of str, we just do this. So str, let's shorten some things here. So the length of the string is going to be n is going to be the length of the string. Let n be equal to, or m better, str dot length. Okay, and let n be target dot length. So this one is going to be n. And now if I want to access the n minus 1 element of target, or the last element of string, we can do something like this: m minus I minus 1. Let's try to console log this and see. Log. Okay. So, okay. Well, that's the way we can do this. Now, we want to check if this one. So, if this one is actually. I think the shortest way to do this would be to check if they are different. At the moment that we find a letter which is different, then we can stop this and return false. That would be the best way to do it. So if this is different from target, and to access the n minus 1 element, I'm going to do target n minus I minus 1. Let's do this. I'm going to return false right away. Otherwise, so if this loop finishes without finding any different letters, then we can return true. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Yeah, let's run the tests. Perfect. Now we need to repeat string. Oh, okay. Repeat the given string str first argument for a number of times. So we need to return empty string if number is not a positive number. Okay. I don't know if if you do something like, I'm not sure if this works in JavaScript, but in Python I think it does. Let's try. If you multiply a string by a number, it doesn't actually work. Okay. Yeah, let's do this with a for loop then. So for I equal to 0, I less than num, and I plus plus. So for in this case we just need to, yes, so let's declare an empty string. Let new str is going to be an empty string, and then we just start adding to the end. I think you can do that in, let's see, str, if you just do plus equals to str, let's see, and return new str. Okay, so this one works. We just now have to check if the input number is not a, it needs to be positive for it to do this. Okay, so, but we can just write an if condition here. If num, okay, so we need to do this for loop only if this is a positive numbers. All other cases, then this is an empty, this already is an empty string. Okay, so if num is bigger than 0, then we just put everything. Okay, let's indent this. So this is what we want in this case. Let's run this. Okay, great. Let's do one more and then continue with the rest in another video. So, how to truncate a string. So, to truncate a string, the first argument, if it is longer than the given maximum string length, return the truncated string with a 3 dots ending. Okay, with spread operator. So, for example, this one should return a trisket. No, not spread operator, sorry, it's just 3 dots. So we just want the first 8 characters. Okay. Let's see. So we need to get the first num characters, and then if it has more characters, just add 3 dots. Okay, that should be pretty straightforward. So in this case we can use string slicing. I forgot about that. You can do string slicing in JavaScript. So let's try this without the if condition. Let's return the string. Okay, so let's just return the slice, starting from 0 till none. Okay, let's do the console log here. log. Okay, so this is what we should do, and just add the 3 dots. Let's try this. Okay, so now we want to do this if if the string is longer than the given maximum. So if num here is smaller than the length of the string. Let's write this. So if str.length is larger than num, let's put it into brackets. Okay, we need to return this. And else we just return the string. I think that one should work. Let's run the tests. Okay, great. Okay guys, so that's it for this video. In the next one I will continue with basic algorithm scripting, okay? Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to support the channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back. So we will continue today with basic algorithm scripting from freeCodeCamp. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe. Okay, so let's get started. We need to create a function that looks through an array, which is the first argument, and returns the first element in the array that passes a truth test, which is the second argument. Okay, if no element passes the test, return undefined. Okay, so we need to use this function here, and here's an example, all numbers which are even in this case. So what we need to do is, let's see, we are going to iterate through the array. Okay, I'm going to remove this part. Now, I'm going to make a for loop. Let I equal to 0, and I is going to be smaller than array.length and I++. Okay, so now we need to check if func of array at I, and then we need to return. So let's declare let, okay, lm, and then if this one, we just make element equal to array I. Okay, and then in the end we just return the element. If we don't find it here, it will return undefined by default. So let's run this test. So in this case it should return 8. Of course we need to, so we need to stop the loop here. I forgot about that part. So let's do this. Okay, this code may be a little bit redundant, but let's see. Yeah, that does it. Okay, so we need to check if a value is classified as a Boolean primitive, return true or false. Okay, so we need to check if a value is true or false. So we can check the type of the Boolean. or we can do a strict equality. Let's try this. I don't remember exactly what was the type of function, so we can use the type of. So we need type of bool, and if this one is equal to boolean, then this one should do it. Yeah, great. Okay, now title case sentence. Okay, so we need to return the provided string with the first letter of each word capitalized. Okay, and then the rest of the words should be in lowercase. Okay, so first we need to split the string. Okay, so let's make it an array. Let array is going to be str.split, and we're going to split it on the space. Let's console log this so we see what we have so far. So log array. Okay, so what we want to do now is to capitalize the first letter. Okay, so we need to iterate through all the words so all the elements in this array and capitalize only the first letter. Let's do this. I'm going to remove this, we don't need it. So for let I equal to 0, and then I smaller than r.length I plus plus. Okay, so word is going to be ri, and we want word 0 to be capitalized. Okay, so we can do that, I think, with a method in JavaScript. So we can do this with a function to uppercase. First, let's do this. Okay, so let's see. So we want the word now to be word is going to be the first letter is going to be to uppercase, and we're going to concatenate it with the rest of the word. Okay, word dot slice, and I'm going to get from the first element to the last. I think this one should do it. We don't have to give the second argument. And this one to lower case. Let's see. Let's console log this. Log new word. Okay, this one seems to be working. Now, in the end, we just need to join all this. So let's make a new array. It's going to be an empty array. Okay. So we're going to push new array dot push new word, and wait, let's console log this. New new R. Yeah, this is what we want. Now we need to join it. Okay, so let's return the new array dot join, and I'm going to use the space. And let's run this. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we're going to use slice and splice. Okay, we need to use slice and splice to copy each element of the first array into the second array in order. Okay, we need to begin inserting elements at index n of the second array. Okay. So we need to insert elements at index n of the second array. Here's an example. This one should return 41235. Okay. So I think we can do something like this. So array.to.splice, and we need to add at the index n. We need to search at index n. Okay, and the second argument is the number of elements we want to delete. So this is 0. And now we want to add all the elements from array 1, but I don't know if we can use the spread operator. Let's see. Console.log this. Okay. Let's see. What if we do just this one? If I remember correctly, this is how splice works. Okay, let's check again. Or maybe let's do something. Array. I'm always used to Python notation, sorry about that. Okay, so let's try to just create a copy of array. So let new r going to be array2.slice, and I'm getting all of it. And now let's just do this. Okay, and now it's working. So let's return this one here, and we want to use the spread operator to get all of array 1. Why isn't this? What if we do just array 1? Maybe this one doesn't actually return anything. Oh yeah, I couldn't remember the exact. Okay. What if we just chain this here? Wait a second. I'm just using splice right after slice. No, it doesn't like that. So new array is going to be new. What if we just do 213? This one was working a moment ago. Oh, we don't need to do the reassignment. Yeah. Yep, that's what we needed. Okay, great. Now, falsy bouncer. We need to remove all falsy values from an array. Okay, so all the values that are false, null, zero, empty string, undefined, and none. Okay, so we need to try to convert each value to a boolean. So this is an example. 7, 8 false, so should return okay. I think any of this should evaluate to false by itself. I'm not sure. Let's try this. So let's iterate through the array. I smaller than array.length and I plus plus. Now, let's just do if array at I is, what about, and then we just pop it. Pop I. Let's try this. No, it doesn't take care of empty strings. It just takes care of false. Okay. So let's see. We need to check if any of the false. Okay, so I looked it up and I think you can use a Boolean wrapper here, since the hint says try to converting each value to a Boolean. So I'm going to let val be new Boolean, and I'm going to take the element ri. Okay, so all these will convert into false, null, zero, undefined. Okay, now I'm going to check val. This one doesn't seem to be working. Oh, okay. So I am not getting this. Let's see. So okay, I think we shouldn't use. We should use Boolean as a function here. Okay. So this returns true, true, false. Let's see. I think this one is. Let's run this. Okay. We have something here which is not working correctly. Okay, so let's see. So we want to, okay, let's try something else without this boolean wrapper. So let's just do, oh yeah, the expression is this one, array at I. Okay, so let's see. Okay, now I get it. Of course, this isn't working because we are popping elements from the array, so we are modifying the array and we are looping through it, and then the index. Ah, yeah, of course. So let's do something else. Let's declare a new array, an empty array. Okay. So we're not going to pop, but we're going to do new array.push ri. So this one converts it into a boolean. If it is true, we just push it. For the false values, we don't do anything. So in the end, we create a new array with only the values we want. Okay, so this one seems to be working. Okay, great. Now we have this one. Where do I belong? Okay, we need to return the lowest index at which value the second argument should be inserted into an array, first argument, once it has been sorted. Okay, so here's an example. We have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1.5 should return 1 because it is greater than 1 and at index 0, but less than 2 and in index 1. Okay, so this one should return 2 because the array has been sorted and it will look like 3, 5, 20, and 19 is less than 20. Okay, so first let's sort the array. Okay, so to sort the array we just do this array dot sort in place. Let's try this. If it has sorted our array, okay, if we give 20, no, 70, 40, 60, okay, so it sorts our array. And now I want to insert, so let's just iterate. Okay, for let I equal to 0 and I is going to be less than array.length I plus plus. Okay, so if array, if element I is larger than num, we can just return I. Okay. Let's try to see. Let's see what happens here. In this case, we have 40, 60, 70, so we want 50. It's good because so as soon as the ith element of the array is larger than the number, then we want that number to be at that ith, at that index I. Okay, so I'm just leaving here a default to return 0. If we go through the array, yeah, this one should work. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 30 should return 2. So, okay, so let's make this bigger than or equal to num. What does this return? Let's try this one. Okay. This one returns 0. So, if we sort this and we go through, so 3, 3, 5, when we go to this one should break it and should return I. I don't understand why this isn't working. Let's see. Okay. Let's console log the array just to be sure. What? Why isn't this sorted? This one is supposed to be sorted. Okay, I think I got it why this isn't working, because sort works for strings in this case. So I think it considers this one a string starting with 2. So in JavaScript, this using the sort for string, this should be sorted. Okay, so what we can do is give it a function right here. So we can give it, we can use a lambda expression, I think. Let's see if that works. A, B, A minus B. So yeah, this one is working. What this does is just checks the difference. And when the difference is, so it ranks them by the difference. When it is positive, of course, the first A is larger than B. Okay, so now that we have it sorted, then this one should work. Okay. This one is still not working. Okay. We should return, in this case, we just should return the length of the array, not 0, sorry. Perfect. Okay. Now, mutations. Okay, so we need to return true if the string in the first element of the array contains all of the letters of the string in the second element of the array. So this one should return true, this one no, and this one also true, because line is an anagram of alien, so that means that all the letters in alien are in line as well. Okay, so what we need to do first, let's make everything lowercase and split it into arrays. That should be easier. So we have, so always we have two elements in the array. So let's make the so first word is going to be array at index 0. I'm going to make this two lower case, and let's console log this first word and see. Wait. Of course, that. Okay, that works. And let's split it. Split it like this. Okay, great. Let's do the same for the second word. So I'm going to do the same. Second word, I'm going to call this second word, and it's going to be at index 1. Okay, now we need to check if all the letters in the second string are present in the first. Okay, let's iterate through all. I'm going to make a for loop that I to 0, I smaller than second word dot length, and I plus plus. So now we want to check if second word I is in the first word. So we can check this by using first word index of. So if this one returns an index which is different from -1, it means that this letter is contained in the first word, this one. Okay, but yeah, maybe we just check for the ones which aren't contained. So if it is equal to -1, then we just interrupt it and return false. Okay, otherwise we just return true, because this means that we have gone through all the array and we haven't found a letter which doesn't match. This one should, yeah, okay. This one should be the last one for algorithm scripting. Chunky monkey. Okay, so we need to write a function that splits an array, first argument, into groups, the length of size of second argument, and returns them as a two-dimensional array. Okay, so this one, A, B, C, D, and 2 should return an array with A, B, and then another one with C, D. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so in this case, let's create an empty array. New array is going to be an empty array. And now let's iterate through, and we want to return this. Okay, so let's iterate through this for I starting at 0, I smaller than array.length. And now, since we want to create subarrays with length size, then we can just increment by the size so that we get the index of the first and the last element of the subarray. Okay, you'll understand it better with the code. So size. And now we have, so one sub-array is going to be, array.slice starting from I until I plus size. Okay, so if the size is 2 in this case, we will start at 0, and this one will be the slice 0, 2, so it will get only 0 and 1. The element with index 2 won't be included, of course. That's how slice works. And then after we get this, let's just push this into the new array dot push subarray. Okay. Of course. Let's console log this. Okay, this one seems to be working. Let's see. Perfect. Okay. Now, guys, this was the last exercise for basic algorithm scripting. So thank you for watching. I'll continue with the rest of the freeCodeCamp curriculum in the next videos. Okay, don't forget to like, share, subscribe to support the channel. Thanks again, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So today we're going to continue with object-oriented programming in the freeCodeCamp curriculum. Okay, before we get started, don't forget to hit that subscribe and that bell icon. Okay, let's get on with this. Let's go to the first lesson. So we want to create a basic JavaScript object, and we can do it like this. We can give them properties and behavior. So let's just create a dog object with a name and numLegs properties and set them to a string and a number respectively. Okay, so we can do it like this. Name going to be Björn. Okay, and num of legs is going to be 4. Yeah. Oh, I forgot we need to do it like a Python dictionary. Okay, great. Let's continue with the next one. We need to use dot notation to access the properties of an object. Okay, so we need to print both the properties of the dog object to the console. It's pretty straightforward. Dog.name, and let's do the same for the number of legs. Okay, great. Now, how to create a method on an object. So methods are properties that are functions. Okay, so here we have an example, say name. We just return the string, the name of the duck is, and it returns the duck's name. Okay, we need to add the method say legs, which should return the sentence this dog has 4 legs. Okay, let's copy the sentence, and I'm going to say here say legs. This is going to be a function, and it returns this. Okay, this one should do it. Yeah. Let's continue. Now, how to make code more reusable with this keyword. Okay, so why do we use this? So this refers to the object that the method is associated with. Okay, so in this example here, let's see. So inside the method say name, we are using the keyword this.name. So this in this case represents this instance of duck. Okay, this duck with this name, this specific duck. Let's see, we need to modify the dog say legs so that to remove any reference to dog. Okay, so in here I'm just using this keyword. Okay, great. Now we need to define a constructor function. So constructors are functions that create new objects. We define properties and behaviors that will belong to the new object. So it's like a blueprint for creation of new objects. So let's see, here is the example of a constructor. It's a function, bird, and we have the properties here. Now we need to create a constructor dog with properties name, color, and number of legs that are set to a string and a number respectively. Okay, we can do the same as with bird. So this is going to be a dog, and it's going to have a name, a color, and number of legs, which is going to be 4. Color is going to be gold, and the name Bjorn. Okay, great. So how to use a constructor to create objects? Here we see using the bird constructor with a new keyword, it will create a new object. Okay, so a new instance of bird. We are going to use the dog constructor to create a new instance of dog, and we're going to assign it to a variable called hound. So let hound be new dog. Okay, and this one should do it. Yep. Now we want to extend constructors to receive arguments. So if you want, when we create an instance of bird and we want to give it a name and a color, we can give them as arguments to the constructor. Okay. So let's create another dog constructor, and this time we set it up so it takes the parameters name and color. So it will take name and color, and okay, and have the property number of legs fixed at 4. Now in this case we will do something like this. So this dot name is going to be name, and this dot color is going to be color, and this dot num of legs is going to be 4 fixed for every instance of dog. And now let's create a dog. So we will create a terrier. It's going to be new dog, and I'm going to give the name and the color. Okay, and the name is going to be Björn and gold. Okay, yeah, great. Now, how to verify an object constructor with instance of. So anytime a constructor function creates a new object, that object is said to be an instance of its constructor. So we have a convenient way to verify with the instance of operator. We can use instance of to compare an object to a constructor returning true or false based on whether or not that object was created with the constructor. Okay, so here we have the bird constructor. We create a new bird and save it into the variable crow, and then we can say crow instance of bird and it will return true. Let's create an instance of house constructor, calling it my house. So let my house be new house, and it gets the number of bedrooms 2. And now we're going to use my house instance of house. Okay, we can do this, yeah. instance of with a lowercase o. This one should do it. Yeah, great. Now, so let's see. Name and numlegs, for example, for the bird constructor are called own properties because they are defined directly to the instance object. Okay, so that means that duck and canary here, which are created using the new keyword with using the constructor, they have their separate copy of these properties num, so that makes them own properties. Okay, so we okay. Every instance of bird will have its own copy of this property, so the following code adds all of them own properties of duck to the array own props. So here we have an array own props where we store the own properties in the of the constructor. Okay, we need to do the same. We need to add the own properties of canary to the array own props. So let's see. We need to iterate property in canary. So we can iterate through the properties of the canary object, which is created with a constructor bird. And if we can say canary dot has own property. So has own property checks if this object has this property, has this own property, and it returns true if it does. So if it does, we want to do own props dot push, and we push the property. Okay, so it's the same as we are as in the example for the duck. Let's see. So we are iterating here. Okay. I think this one is the issue. A typo. Great. Okay, so now we're going to learn to use properties to reduce duplicate code. Okay, for example, the number of legs will have the same value for all instances of bird. So we essentially have a duplicated variable number of legs inside each bird instance. Okay, better way is to use bird's prototype. So properties in the prototype are shared among all instances of bird, and we can do it like this: bird.prototype.numlegs equals 2. Okay, so since all instances automatically have the properties on the prototype, think of prototype as a recipe for creating objects. Okay, so for example, the prototype for duck and canary is part of the bird constructor as bird.prototype. Nearly every object in JavaScript has a prototype property, which is part of the constructor. Now we need to add the numlegs property to the prototype of dog. We can do it like this. Just dog dot prototype dot numlegs is going to be 4. Okay, great. Now let's iterate over all properties. We have seen so far own properties and prototype properties. Okay, own properties are defined directly on the object instance itself, and prototype properties are defined on the prototype. So here's how we add Duck's own properties to the array onProps and prototype properties to the array prototype props. So like this, we check if a property is in Duck, and has own property returns true if it is an own property, and if it is, we push it to the array onProps. Else, if it isn't an own property, then by default it's a prototype property, so we push it into the prototype props array. Okay, so we need to add all own properties of the beagle to the array onProps, and the prototype properties of dog to the array prototype props. Okay, let's see. We want to iterate through let property in beagle, all the properties in beagle, and we're going to do the same like this. So if beagle dot has own property, and we're going to check for the property. If it is true, we want to push it to the own props property. Otherwise, else we want to push it to prototype props. Prototype props. Okay, let's run this. Great. So the constructor property. So let's take a look at it more closely. We can use we also have a constructor property. So it just checks, it just gives you back the constructor for this object. So we can check the property. We can check this property to find out what kind of object it is. So let's see. We have this function join bird fraternity, gets a candidate, and if candidate.constructor is equals triple equals bird, then we return true. Okay. So the constructor property has an issue that it can be rewritten, so it's better to use the instance of method to check the type of an object. Okay, anyway, let's write a function that takes a candidate parameter and using the constructor property returns true if the candidate is a dog, otherwise returns false. So in this case we want to check if candidate.constructor equals dog. We want yes, and if so, we want to return true, or we can write this really in a shorthand. Just do this. Yep. This one will return true or false. Great. So, how to change the prototype to a new object? Okay, so we have added properties to the prototype individually like this, but this is very tedious. So we have a more efficient way to set the prototype. We can define the prototype like this. Okay, so like we did with an object. So in this case, we have a bird prototype which has a property number of legs, an eat and a describe method, which are prototype methods. Okay, we need to add the property number of legs and the two methods eat and describe to the prototype of dog by setting the prototype to a new object. Let's see. So num of legs is going to be 4, and then we also need an eat and describe. Eat is going to be a function, console.log. Let's do it the same. And also we want a describe, it will be a function, and it's going to console log. My name is plus this dot name. Okay, so this is accessing the name for the instance of dog. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now we need to remember to set the constructor property when changing the prototype. Okay, so when we manually set the prototype to a new object, it erases the constructor property. Okay, so this was the property used to check which constructor function was created this instance. Okay, so to fix this, whenever a prototype is manually set to a new object, we need to remember to define the constructor property. So constructor, we need to add this line, constructor bird. So this was going to be like a prototype property for bird, and it's going to have the name of the constructor. So for the dog, we need to do something like constructor is going to be dog. So this, like so. Okay. So where an object's prototype comes from. So just like people inherit genes from their parents, an object inherits its prototype directly from the constructor function that created it. Okay, so if we use the bird constructor to create the duck object, the duck inherits its prototype from the bird constructor. And we can show the relationship with the isPrototype of method. If we do bird.prototype.isPrototype of duck, it should return true or false. In this case, it returns true. Let's check if Beagle's prototype. Let's see which is the prototype of the Beagle. So, and we need to check if dog prototype is the prototype of Beagle. Type dot is prototype of, and I'm going to give Beagle. This should return true. Okay. Now the prototype chain. Okay. So all objects in JavaScript, with a few exceptions, have a prototype. So an object's prototype itself is an object. Make sure to read this through on your own so you understand better and try many more examples. So here we have a constructor bird, and we can use type of bird.prototype. It returns an object. It is of type object. So because prototype is an object, the prototype can have its own prototype. So in this case, the prototype of bird prototype is object.prototype. Well, okay. So if we remember the has own property, for example, duck has own property name should return true or false. Has own property method is defined in the object.prototype, which can be accessed by bird.prototype, and then that can be accessed by duck. So this is the prototype chain. Okay, bird is the supertype of duck, while duck is the subtype. Now we need to modify the code to show the correct prototype chain. So here we have a dog constructor. We have created a beagle, which is an instance of dog, and dog.prototype is prototype of beagle. Then this one gives yields true, and we need to check if object.prototype in this case dot prototype is prototype of dog.prototype. This should return true as well. Okay, great. Now we've gone to inheritance, but I think we should stop here for this video and continue with the rest of object-oriented JavaScript in the next one. Okay guys, thank you for watching again. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to support the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome back. So we will continue with the exercises for object-oriented programming in JavaScript. Don't forget to subscribe and let's get started right away. So we're going to learn about inheritance in JavaScript. Okay, so the reason we need inheritance, of course, is that we don't have to repeat ourselves, so to write duplicate code. Let's see here. We have the describe method, which is shared by the bird and the dog. So the describe method is repeated in two places. We can edit this code by creating a super type or parent called animal. So the animal prototype can have the describe function. We can just remove it from bird and dog. So we can use the describe function in the animal prototype. Okay, so we need to do something like this for our exercise right here. The it method is repeated in both cat and bear. So I'm going to remove this and I'm just going to put it in the animal prototype like this. Okay, so it is a function. Okay, now we need to remove it from bear as well. So we have bear prototype and cat prototype. Okay, so that's it for this exercise. Let's see. Okay, let's continue with the next. So we need to inherit behaviors from supertype. So we created a supertype called animal and we defined behaviors shared by all animals, like it. Okay, so how to reuse animals method inside bird and dog without defining them again. So we're going to use inheritance. Let's create an instance of animal. And now okay, so this is the best approach to do inheritance in JavaScript. So we need to create the animal object like this, object.create animal.prototype. So we create a new object and set object as the new object's prototype. Okay, so by setting the prototype of animal to be the animal's prototype, we are effectively giving the animal instance the same recipe as any other instance of animal. Okay, so now animal has the it method, and if we do instance of animal, it should return true. So we need to use object.create to make two instances of animal named duck and beagle. So let's do this. This is going to be an object.create animal.prototype, and the same for beagle. Let's run this. Okay, great. Now we need to set the child's prototype to an instance of the parent. Okay, so in the previous challenge we saw the first step for inheriting behavior. Okay, making an instance of a new instance of animal.
Now the next step, set the prototype of the subtype or child, in this case bird, to be an instance of animal. So we can do it like this. Bird.prototype is object.createAnimal.prototype. Okay, so we can do, and then later on when we create an instance of bird like this using the constructor, then it will have the it method, which is defined in animal. Okay, we need to modify the code now so that the instance of dog inherit from animal, and we're going to do it like this. So dog.prototype, we have already defined the function dog here, the constructor. Okay, dog.prototype is going to be object.createAnimal.prototype. And now this, if we use this dog constructor, for example, for making the beagle, then beagle will have the method it. Okay, let's run this. Okay, now how to reset an inherited constructor property. So when we have an object that inherits its prototype from another object, it also inherits the supertype's constructor property. Let's see an example. We have this bird constructor. The prototype of this bird is animal. We create a duck, which is we're using the bird constructor, and of course the duck constructor will be in this case animal. Okay, but duck and all instances of bird should have should show that they were constructed by bird and not animal. So we can manually set the bird's constructor property to the bird object. So this is what we need to do. Okay, so and not use so it doesn't give us the constructor that was inherited the animal. We need to fix the duck.constructor and beagle.constructor return it so that they return their respective constructors. Let's see. We can do it like this. Bird.prototype.constructor is going to be bird, and dog.prototype.constructor is going to be dog. Okay, that's all we need to do, I think. Okay, great. So how to add methods after inheritance. Now we can also add methods after inheritance. For example, a constructor function that inherits its prototype object from a supertype constructor function can still have its own methods. Okay, so bird is a constructor that inherits its prototype from animal. In addition to what it's inherited, we can add the behavior that is unique to bird objects. So bird will get a fly function. Okay, we can do it like this. We define this method fly. So if you create a new bird now, it will also have eat and fly. Now we need to add code to the code object, to the dog object, which inherits from animal, and the dog's prototype constructor is set to dog. So let's add the bark method to the dog object so that the beagle can both eat and bark. Okay, let's do this. So we have so the dog object should inherit from animal, and we can do that with something like this. Dog.prototype is going to be object.create and animal.prototype. Okay, and now we need to set the prototype constructor. Dog.prototype constructor
going to be dog. And now we can add the method fly, which is going to be dog.prototype.fly is going to be a function, and it just console.log, and we need to say bark, not fly. And it should say woof. Let's write it. Okay, I think this one should do it. Let's see. Dog.proto. Okay, let's run. Okay, great. Okay, now how to override inherited methods. Okay, so we learned how objects can inherit its behavior by referencing its prototype, also how to add methods, but we can also override methods just in the way that we can create new ones. For example, here we have this animal which has the animal prototype has an it method, and then we can create the bird prototype inherits from animal prototype, but here we override the it function. Okay, so if we create an instance of bird duck and we call duck.eat, this is how JavaScript looks for the method. Okay, is it defined here? No. In the duck, no. In the duck variable, no. So we go check in the duck object, it's not defined. We go check in the bird constructor and prototype. If it is defined there, then yes, execute it. Okay, animal it is also defined, but JavaScript stopped searching before reaching this level. Okay, also at object level, the JavaScript had already stopped searching. We need to override the fly method for penguin so that it returns, alas, this is a flightless bird. Okay, so we have this bird prototype with a fly method here. Now we have a penguin constructor. The penguin prototype inherits from the bird prototype. Okay, now we need to override it, and we can do something like this. Let's leave it for the end. So penguin dot prototype dot fly is going to be a function which returns. Okay, so I think this is all we need to do. Let's put some semicolon. Okay, great. Now, how to use a mixin to add common behavior between unrelated objects. Okay, so behavior is shared through inheritance. We've already seen that. But some cases when inheritance is not the best solution, for example, like a bird and an airplane, they can both fly, but a bird is not a type of airplane, and vice versa. So for these cases, we can use mixins. So a mixin allows other objects to use a collection of functions. Okay, so we can define a mixin like this. This is a fly mixin, which is a function, and it prints flying. Okay. So the fly mixin takes any object and gives it the fly method. So let's say we have here the object bird and plane, and we can give it them as input to the fly mixin, and it gives them the method. So now we can execute bird.fly and plane.fly. Okay, let's create a mixin called glide mixin that defines a method named glide. Okay, let's glide mix in. Okay, it can be something like this, be a function, and it takes an object. So object.glide is going to be a function, and it should return. Let's see what it should return. Okay. Let's just return. Let's console log gliding. Okay. And now we need to give both. So glide mix in. It can take bird and glide mixing both. So now they both have the method glide. Okay. Let's run this. Yep, that's it. Okay, now how to use the closure to protect properties. So in the previous challenge, bird had a public property name. Okay, it is considered public because it can be accessed and changed outside of bird's definition, like this. So any part of the code can easily change the name of bird to any value. Okay, so this could cause a lot of issues, especially when we have properties like passwords and bank accounts. The simplest way to make this public property private is by creating a variable within the constructor function. Okay, so this changes the scope of that variable to be within the constructor function versus available globally. So this way the variable can only be accessed and changed by methods also within the constructor function. So here is the example. We have this bird constructor and we define this variable hatched egg equal to 10, and this is a private variable because it is declared inside this constructor. And now we create this function, this getter function, get hatched egg count, which returns hatched egg. Okay, so this is a privileged method because it has access to the private variable hatched egg. This works because in JavaScript a function always has access to the context in which it was created. So this is closure. Now we need to change how weight is declared in the bird function. So it is a private variable, and then create a method getWeight that returns the value of weight 15. Okay, I'm going to create weight like this. Okay, then we need to create a method getWeight that returns the value. This dot get weight is going to be a function which returns weight. Okay, I think this should do it. Perfect. Now, how to understand the immediately invoked function expression, IIFE. Okay, so a common pattern in JavaScript is to execute a function as soon as it is declared. So here we have this function, and we have defined it right here, and then we are up to here is the function definition, and then we are invoking it using the parentheses. Okay, so the function has no name and it is not stored in a variable. That means that we are just invoking it as soon as we have declared it. So this pattern is the IIFE, immediately invoked function expression. We need to rewrite make nest and remove its call, so instead it's an anonymous immediately invoked function expression. So let's make it like this. Okay, so let's put it all
brackets, and I'm going to delete this. Okay, this one should do it. Yep. It should be anonymous, so we must delete the name. Okay, yes. So now we need to use an IIFE to create a module. Okay, this is what IIFE is used for mostly, is to group related functionality into a single object or module. So, for example, in an earlier challenge we defined two mixins, glide mixin right here and fly mixin. We can group these mixins into a module as follows. So here is the motion module. We have a function, which this function just returns the mixins. Okay, and we immediately invoked it. So it's immediately invoked and returns an object motion module. So this returned object contains all of the mixin behaviors as properties of the object. The advantage of the module pattern is that all of the motion behaviors can be packaged into a single object that can be used by other parts of your code. So here is how we can use it: motion module.glide mixin duck, and then we can do duck.glide. Now we need to create a module named fun module to wrap the two mixins isCuteMixin and singMixin, and fun module should return an object. So we can do it like this. Let's start declaring right here. Let fun module, and this is going to be a function which needs to be declared. Okay, it's a function, and in here we do a return, and the return will be an object, and inside the object we should have glide mixin and fly mixin as properties. So let's copy this and put it in here. So let's change this stuff right here because it needs to be an object. Okay, and it should return true. Okay, now this one is the first property, and this one is the second, singMixin. Okay, this one just console logs something. And this one we don't need. Okay, so I think this one should do it. Let's see. We might have some typo right here, but let's check first. Oh, that does it. Yeah. Okay, so that was it for object-oriented programming. We will finish this video right here, and don't forget to like, share, subscribe to support the channel. In the next one, we will continue with functional programming. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, welcome back. So today we will continue with functional programming in the freeCodeCamp curriculum. Before we get started, make sure to click the subscribe button. Okay, so let's get on with it with the first exercise. So first let's look at this concise definitions that freeCodeCamp has put here for functional programming. So it is a style of programming where solutions are simple, isolated functions, okay, without any side effects outside the function scope. There's an input, a process, and an output. So we have isolated functions, pure functions, and functions with limited side effects. Let's see what we have to do in this exercise. Okay, in the code editor, we have the prepare t and get t functions, which are already defined. We need to call getT function to get 40 cups of tea for the team and store them in the T4Team FCC variable. So here we have the function prepare tea. It just returns the string green tea. And here we have the function getT, gets a number of cups. Okay, now we need to call this getT, but for 40 people. So I think this is very straightforward. GetT and 40. Let's run the tests. Yeah. Okay. Now, some terminology. So, getT function from the last challenge. So, let's see, we need to revisit it. What are callbacks? Callbacks are functions that are slipped or passed into another function to decide the invocation of that function. Okay, so far we have seen that we have seen functions like this passed to other methods, for example in filter. The callback function tells JavaScript the criteria for how to filter an array. Okay. Functions that can be assigned to a variable, passed into another function, or returned from another function, just like any other normal value, we call them first-class function. Okay, in JavaScript, all functions are first-class functions. And the functions that take a function as an argument or return a function as a return value are called higher-order functions. And when the functions are passed into another function or returned from another function, then those which get passed in or returned can be called a lambda. Okay, let's see the exercise. We need to prepare 27 cups of green tea and 13 cups of black tea and store them in these two variables. Okay, the getT function has been modified, so it takes a function as the first argument. Okay, and the data, the number of cups, is supplied to the last argument, as the last argument. Okay, let's see. We have prepare green tea, prepare black tea, and then right here we have getT, which takes a function as a first argument and the number of cups as the second argument. So we want to call getT, but for green tea we need to give prepare green tea, the function, as an argument, and then the number of cups. We want 27 cups of green tea, 27, and now let's copy this and transform it for black tea. So this will take prepare black tea as a function and 13. Okay, let's run this. Yep. Now, understanding the hazards of using imperative code. Okay, so functional programming is a good habit. It keeps the code easy to manage and saves you from sneaky bugs. Okay, so the imperative style of programming is the one that gives the computer a set of statements to perform a task. So sometimes this changes the state of the program, like updating global variables. So the classical example is the for loop that gives exact directions to iterate over the indices of an array. Functional programming is a form of declarative programming, not imperative. So you tell the computer what you want done by calling a method or a function. Okay, so there are many predefined methods in JavaScript that handle common tasks. For example, instead of using the for loop, you could call the map method. So, for example, we are in a web browser and we want to track the tabs that we have open, and we will try to model this using some simple object-oriented code. So a window object is made of tabs, and of course there are more than one, there can be more than one window open. The titles of each open site in each window object is held in an array, and after working in the browser, opening new tabs, merging windows, and closing tabs, we want to print the tabs that are still open. Closed tabs are removed from the array, and new tabs, for simplicity, get added to the end of it. So we have these functions tab open, tab close, and join. Let's see the code. Here we have a variable window, which is we store a function. Sorry, this is a constructor for a window, and we give it the tabs as input. We have a join in the window prototype, which takes another window and concatenates the tabs, the array which contains the tabs. A tab open is a function in the window prototype, which just pushes the string of a new tab into the tabs array. Close does, so close is the one we need to modify. Okay. So we need to make sure that tab close just removes the correct tab. So here we have a function, we get an index of the tab we want to remove. Okay, so we have this code. This is really confusing. We need to do something really simple here. Let's just remove. We need to change this code. So let's do this. So we want this dot tabs, and we can do splice. We just remove the index, and this is the number. Okay. So in this case, we want, this is what we want to print. Yep. I think this one should work. We just remove the tab with the index given. Yeah, okay. Now, how to avoid mutations and side effects using functional programming. So the issue was with the splice call in the tab close. So splice changes the original array it is called on, so that the second call to it used a modified array and gave unexpected results. Okay. So this is a small example of a much larger pattern. You call a function on a variable, array, or an object, and the function changes the variable or something in the object. One of the core principles of functional programming is to not change things. Changes lead to bugs. The previous example didn't have any complicated operations, but the spliced method changed the original array. Changing or altering things is called mutation, and the outcome is called a side effect. So the function should be a pure function, meaning that it does not cause any side effects. Let's see. We have the exercise here. We need to fill in the code for the function incrementer, so it returns the value of the global variable fixed value increased by 1. We just need to return fixed value increased by 1. Let's try it like this. Fixed value plus 1. Okay. Yeah, that's all we need. But we didn't reassign fixed value, we just returned it. Pass arguments to avoid external dependence in a function. Okay. we didn't alter the global variable value, but the function incrementer would not work without the global variable fixed value being there. So another principle of functional programming is to always declare your dependencies explicitly. That means that if a function depends on a variable or object being present, then we need to pass that variable or object directly into the function as an argument. It is easier to test the function, you know exactly what input it takes, stuff like that. And now we need to update the incrementer to clearly declare the dependencies. So the dependency is the fixed value right here, and we can just call it a value. We don't care for the name of the argument, and we just need to return value plus 1. Okay, so we declared the input that this function takes explicitly. Yeah. Okay. How to refactor global variables out of functions. We've seen two distinct principles for functional programming. Don't alter a variable or object, create new variables and objects and return them if need be from a function. We need to declare function arguments. Okay, now let's see something more complex than just an incrementer. We need to rewrite the code so that the global array book list is not changed inside either function. The add function should add the given book name to the end of the array passed to it and return a new array list. We need the add function. Okay. The remove function should remove the given book name from the array passed to it. Both functions should return an array, and any new parameters should be added before the book name parameter. Here we have book list. We have the function add. It takes the book list and the book name, and we push book name and return new book list. Remove. So here we find the index of this book name, and if that index exists, so it's not -1, we do the splice and return the new book list. Okay. So in this case, book list should not change and still equal. Yeah, okay. So we shouldn't change book list. A new book list should equal to the Hound of Baskervilles. Okay. Here we have new book list, is this one. We just need to add. Let's see what happens when we run this. Okay. We have the book list here. Or let's just do, we have a type error here. This one is really strange. Okay, so I'm just resetting the code here so make sure there's no problem. Okay, now, so this is what the book list is printing right now, but we want it to have, oh, there's one missing. So let's see what happens when you run this. So we need to fill out this requirement. New book list should equal the Hound of the Baskervilles. Okay. So it isn't. So it should have a brief history of time added. Let's console log this new log, new book list. We have something here, circular. Let's see. The hound. Okay, we want to add a book name. So let's declare a book list variable here as an argument. And now what we want to do is push this book into the book list and return that book list. Let's run the test and see if this one is fulfilled. Oh, let's see how this one is called. So when we have this new book list, we call add with the book list and a brief history of time. Okay. So let's make a new book list, a copy of this book list, so we don't modify it. And let's see what this does. Let new or return book list is going to be, and we want to copy book list. I'm using the spread operator we learned a little while ago. And then right here, I'm doing this, pushing, and I'm returning this one. Let's run the tests. Okay, so now we have this requirement, and we have to do the same for the remove. Let's add a book list here. And now let's copy it like we did right here, so that we create this variable which is scoped only inside here. And now I'm going to use return book list. Okay, to use this return book list here. So I just make sure to create a copy. Let's see if this one does it. Yeah, that's what we needed in this case. Let's continue. Now, using the map method to extract data from an array. So we learned how to use pure functions to avoid side effects in a program. We've seen the value in having a function only depend on its input arguments. Now, let's see how to pass a function as an argument. We are going to use the map. The map method iterates over each item in an array and returns a new array containing the results of calling the callback function on each element. Okay? And it does this without mutating the original array. For example, let's see. We have this users array here, and we apply the map method, and we check, and we just return the names of these objects, because this is an array of objects. And in the end, we get this array of strings with just the names. Now, we want the watch list array we need to use the map to assign a new array of objects with only title and rating keys to the ratings variable. Okay, and the code in the editor currently uses a for loop. We need to replace that using the map. Here we have a list of movies, which are objects, and we just need to grab the title for each one. So, okay, how do we access the title in the object? We just use the bracket notation. We need the we need the title and the rating. Okay, so let's now what we need to do in this case, just use map. Let's call it, we have the variable ratings, and we can do it like this. We're going to do movies. What was the name of the variable? I can't remember. Oh, watch list. Okay, so we're going to do watch list map, and inside we're going to do a movie which maps to another object, and we want this object to be to get the title and the rating. So we want to return something like this. Okay, let's do it. Title, and this is going to be movie. I'm using the bracket notation. Okay. Let's see. And then we want the rating, which is going to be movie rating. Okay. Oh, let's we need to write this. Let's write it like this. These are properties, so we just need to write it like this. Okay, and let's remove the for loop. So let's see if we have some syntactic error here. No. Okay, so in line 117, so we have this. We want to have title. Let's see. Okay. What does this do? So we have something here. Let's make sure watch list. So the variable is called watch list. It's a list of objects. And now, what if we need this as a string? Maybe we need this string. And I'm going to make this Ah, no, not this one. This one is a string, and this one. Hmm. Okay, maybe let's try. Okay, let's make this more readable and easier to. Okay, wait, let's to make this. Let's use the dot notation. I want to try this. Okay. Hmm. Okay, I was writing rating, but this is actually. Is there a rating here? No, so I was using the wrong property. This one should be right. So this is IMDb rating, right? Okay. Oh, okay, so we forgot to put this in the parentheses. Ah, okay. Now seems to be working. Yep. Okay, guys, I think we will do one more maybe. Okay, let's do one more and finish this video right here. So we want to, so far we have applied a map on an array. Let's do it on a prototype. Okay, so map is a pure function. Okay. Let's write our own array.prototype.mymap, which should behave exactly like array.prototype.map. And we just use a for loop for, or the for each method. So this is array.prototype.mymap. We have a function which takes a callback function, okay, which we need to apply and create a new array. Let's do a for loop. Let I equal to 0, I smaller than. So we want to iterate through the array, and so in this case we want to iterate the array, and we should access the array using this dot length. Okay, I think this one should work. Let's see. So we are iterating through it, and then we check if callback. So we have a function which we apply on this and I. If this one is fulfilled, then we do new array dot push this I. Okay, let's run this. Let's see what new s. I'm not sure on how to access the array, but let's see. So we are getting again new array, we push. What is the function in this case? Okay, sorry, we just need to push. Wait, this is not filter, I was thinking of filter. So all we need to do is just push this. Okay. Just apply the callback on this. There is something missing here. So this one closes the for loop, and we have one extra. Yep. Okay. I think now this one should do it. Let's run it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, guys. That's it for this video. In the next one, we will continue with functional programming. Before you go, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell notification icon. Also, maybe check out my Instagram and Twitter, Facebook as well. Thanks again. I hope this is helpful. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back. We will continue where we left off with functional programming in the previous video. So now we're going to use the filter method to extract data from an array. Okay, so this array.prototype.filter, or simply filter, is the method. And it calls a function on each element of an array and returns a new array containing only the elements for which that function returns true. So let's see an example. We have this array of users, and we use filter here to get only the users whose age is less than 30. Okay. Now what we want to do is we have a watch list, and we need to use a combination of filter and map on watch list to assign a new array of objects with only title and rating keys. And then the new array should only include objects where IMDb rating is greater than or equal to 8.0. Okay. We might need to convert the strings into floats, I suppose. Yes, because these are decimals. Okay, let's do this. Now, here we have filtered list. First, let's try to apply map into it. This is going to be watchlist.map. Okay, let's see what, yeah, it's called watch list. So map, and I'm going to do movie, and the same what we did in a previous exercise. It will return an object in this case. It would be, so title will be movie.title, and then rating will be movie.imdb rating. Yeah, okay, so this is what we get. Now we can also apply filter right here. We can chain methods. Let's do that. And I'm going to add here a filter. And I'm going to say movie. Now you do movie dot rating, and this is a string, so let's parse float. We need this to be greater than or equal to 8.0. What is, look, I don't remember the correct way to use parse float. Okay, I'm going to check this. Okay, so I think it should be applied like this. So parse float and movie rating. Okay, I think this one worked. Let's run the tests. Yeah, perfect. So now we want to implement the filter method on a prototype. Okay, we can also use a for loop or a for each. So let's write my filter, which should behave exactly like filter. Let's see, we need to change only this code right here. Okay, so let's see. So let's use a for each this time. So the array we can access using this dot for each, and inside we have element, and now we are iterating through each element, and we want to check. So we want to check if the callback, yeah, so callback is the function on element. But does this work? Okay, no, it's not working. So I'm iterating through all the elements of the array, and then I need, so I have an element here. Okay, let's see. So we want to put, oh, if this callback returns true, then we need to push it into new array, into the new array. Yep, okay. Let's try to write this. So we want to make this into an if condition, but I think we should put some quotes here, some parentheses, sorry. So if, and let's put this all back right here. That's open. Then we want to do a new array dot push element. Okay, and this one closes this. This one closes this one. Okay, this one should do it. Yeah, great. Now, how to return part of an array using the slice method. So the slice method returns a copy of a certain element of certain elements of an array. Okay, it can take two arguments, the beginning and the end. Okay, it does not mutate the original array. Here's the example. We need to use the slice method in the slice array function to return part of the anim array given the provided begin slice and end slice. So we need to implement slice array. Okay. So we just do okay, maybe just anim dot slice begin slice and end slice. That's all we need to do. Later. Okay, how to remove elements from an array using slice instead of splice. Okay, so splice, it mutates the original array. Here's an example. Now we want, but slice does not mutate, but returns a new one. Okay, we want to use slice instead of splice, so we do not mutate the original array. Okay, let's rewrite non-mutating splice. It should limit the provided cities array to a length of 3 and return a new array with only the first 3 items. Okay, so we can do slice. This is really fixed, so 0, 3. Okay, that's all we need to do. We need to combine two arrays using the concat method. So how to join items end to end. Here's an example. How to concatenate attached to the end of the original, and the function should return the concatenated array. Okay, let's try to just return original.concat attach. Yeah, that works. How to add elements to the end of an array using concat instead of push. Okay, so we used concat. Let's compare it to the push. The push method adds item to the end of the same array it is called on, and it mutates that array. Okay, now we need to change non-mutating push so that we use concat. So let's just do concat and this new item. Yeah, this one should work. Yeah, okay, we just replaced it with concat. Now the reduce method to analyze data. So the array.prototype.reduce, or simply reduce, is the most general of all array operations. Okay, it allows far more general forms of array processing, and it's possible to show that both filter and map can be derived as special applications of reduce. It iterates over each item in an array and returns a single value. It might be a string, number, object, or array. And this is achieved via callback function. Okay, it accepts 4 arguments. The first is the accumulator, which gets the assigned the return value, which gets assigned the return value of the callback function from the previous iteration. The second is the current element being processed. The third is the index of that element, and the fourth is the array upon which the reduce is called. Okay, it has an additional parameter which takes an initial value for the accumulator. If this is not used, then the first iteration is skipped and the second iteration gets passed. Okay, let's see an example. This should better illustrate. We have users, an array of users, and we do reduce. We give sum as a function. Okay, so here we have the reduce, which takes this callback function with 2 arguments, sum and user, and we do sum plus user age, and then 0 is the initial value. Okay, so 0 is the initial value for sum in this case. Let's see another example. Here we have reduce object user, and it just gets object user.name equals. Okay. So it just returns objects like of this type with names of users as properties and ages as values. Okay. And just return object. And the this empty object is the initial value. Okay. Now we have a watchlist variable that holds an array of objects with information on several movies. We need to use reduce to find the average IMDb rating of the movies directed by Christopher Nolan. We need to recall how to filter data and map over it to pull what you need. Okay. The rating are saved as strings, so we need to parse it. Okay. Here we have watch list again. So we need to reduce to find the average IMDb rating of the movies directed by Christopher Nolan. Okay. Let's first filter. Let's filter. So average rating will be watch list dot filter, and then inside I'm going to give movie, and we're going to get movies where the director is Christopher Nolan. So that's how we want to filter. Let's see, so we can do director like this. Okay. And we want this function to be movie dot director should be equal to Christopher Nolan. Okay, so as you can see, it returns us all the movies by Christopher Nolan. And now we want to reduce it. Let's see how we can do this. We can do something like the sum here. Let's just do reduce, and it's going to be average and movie. And we're going to do something like okay. So to get the average, we might want to do the sum and then do and divide it by the number of movies. So let's just calculate the sum. It should be easier. So let's do the sum. So I'm going to do sum plus movie.imdb rating, but we want to parse it into a float. Parse float, and we want to give it the default value of 0. Okay, so it's 34.7. So this is the sum in this case. Okay. Maybe it's better if we split this, it would be easier. So let's take this first query and assign it to something else. So let's do var filtered array is going to be this one, only the movies by Christopher Nolan. And then we're going to apply reduce on the filtered array. Okay, so now we have the sum, and we can divide it by the filtered array length. Filtered array length. Okay, so this one should be the average rating. Okay, let's see, let's run this, the test. Yep, that's it. Okay, now we need to use higher order functions, map, filter, or reduce to solve a complex problem. Okay, so we have a function named square list. We need to complete the code for the square list function using any combination of map, filter, or reduce so that it returns a new array containing only the square of only the positive integers. Okay, not decimal numbers, of course. So first we should, okay, so first we just need to filter and get only the positive integers, and then we can map it. Okay, I think that's easier for me with. So let's do this. Let's filter first. And we're going to get, so we have the numbers, and we want only numbers which are okay, only positive integers. Okay, so we want to check if it is in an integer, and we can do it with a special function, number.isInteger. We're going to give num. So this is the first thing we want to check, but we also want it to be positive, so we want number to be bigger than 0. Okay, so here we go, we have only the filtered numbers that we want. Okay, so now after we filter it, we just map it. Pretty straightforward. And let's map it. I go number, just return number. Okay, maybe this should do it. Let's run the test. Okay, perfect. Okay guys, I think I will finish this video right here, and we will continue with the rest in the next one. Thanks again for watching. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So today we will finish with functional programming in freeCodeCamp curriculum. So let's get started right away. We left off at this exercise, sorting an array alphabetically using the sort method. So sort is a ready method in JavaScript, and it sorts elements according to the callback function. So let's see an example here. We want to do an ascending order, and array.sort takes a callback function which returns the difference between A and B. Of course, if it is positive, then B should come first because it's smaller than A. Okay, so Let's do our exercise. We need to use the sort method in alphabetical order function to sort the elements of array in alphabetical order. Okay, we can do something like this. Array dot sort, and it will be, let's write it in shortened version. Maybe this will be better. And we want a minus b. Okay, let's see if this worked. Let's run this. Let's console log this. So we do array.sort, and then we return a minus b. Okay, let's try to make it like a function. Use the not the shorthand, but this one. Okay. Now I'm just going to return minus b and this one. So let's see. Okay. So the default sorting method is used by Unicode point value. Okay. What happens? Let's try something. What if we don't specify a function? Ah, so we don't need to, because it is a default function which does the work for us. Yeah. Okay, great. Now, how to return a sorted array without changing the original array. So a side effect of sort was that it mutates the original array. One way to avoid this is to first concatenate an empty array to the one being sorted. Okay. Or maybe copy the array, create a copy, and return that. So let's do something like this. We can use the spread operator or maybe slice to copy the array. I'm just going to do var local array, going to be global, it's going to be array dot slice. This one actually returns just a copy, and now we want to return in ascending order. Okay, so let's do this. So we want to return local array dot sort, and inside let's specify the function. It's going to take 2ab, and I want to return, so b minus a. Let's console log this. Okay. Oh, in ascending order, so we just wanted a minus b. Yep, okay. I think this is all we need to do in this case. We should use the sort method. Okay, the global array should not change. Let's console log log the global array to see if it has changed. No, it hasn't, so I think we are done here. Yep. Okay. How to split a string into an array using the split method. We've already seen this before. It takes an argument for the delimiter, which can be a character to use to break up the string or a regular expression. So if a delimiter is a space, you get an array of words. And if a delimiter is an empty string, then you get an array of each character in the string. Here's an example. We split hello world by the space and we get the two words hello and world. Okay. We split by digits here and we remove, in this case, the digits are removed and we get the words. Let's use the split method inside this function splitify to split the string into an array of words. The function should return the array. Okay. Words are not always separated by spaces and the array should not contain punctuation. Okay, let's try to do this. So we need to return str.split, and inside I am going to use a regular expression. So I want to use inside the regular expression, let's see, I want to cover a space and maybe there could be a dot. I want to escape this. Oh, I think inside here you don't need to escape it. Okay, let's console log this, what this does. Console.log. Yep. So, which all the punctuation. So I think we should cover also this. Yeah, this one does it. So in the regular expression, I'm using the bracket notation for this. So I'm saying that I want to check if there is a character, if I want to split by one character, and it can be any of these four. It can be a space, it can be a full stop, it can be a dash, it can be a comma. Okay, I think this one does it. Let's try. Yep, perfect. Okay, how to combine an array into a string using the join method. I think we've already used this before in some exercise. So we can use the join method to, for example, we can use a space to join. It's the opposite of splitting, of course. You specify the character by which you want to join. So let's do the exercise. We need to use the join method, among others, inside the sentencify function to make a sentence from the words in the string str, and the function should return a string. For example, I like Star Wars. Okay, we should not use the replace method. Okay, so we take a string which is using multiple ways to, so it is split by dots, by dashes, by commas, so we should do the split first. Okay, we can just chain all the methods. Okay, so str.split, and I'm going to use again a regular expression. So I'm going to say here, putting a group, and I want to cover a space. space, comma, dot, dash, like we did before. Let's just console log everything so we see where we are. So dot log, and okay, this one didn't work. Oh, wait. Yep, okay. So now we have split it and we want to join it. And we want to join it with a space. I'm going to do join, and I'm going to give an argument just a space, a literal space. Okay, I think this one does it. Let's run the test. Yep, perfect. Now we want to convert strings to URL slugs. Okay, finally something that seems important and practical to a real world project. Okay, so we need to combine what we've learned so far using map, filter, reduce. So many content management sites have the titles of a post added to part of the URL for simple bookmarking purposes. For example, if you write a Medium post title stop using reduce, it's likely URL would have some form of the title string in it, stop dash using reduce. Okay. Now we want to we need to convert the title into URL slug. We cannot use replace, of course. So we want to maybe split this into words, make it all lowercase because we want lowercase. So remove the spaces and convert it into an array of words, and then make it all lowercase and add dashes in between. Okay, let's start with splitting first. So I think I will try to chain everything together. So title dot split, and I'm going to split by the space. Now we have an array. Let's console log so we see what we are doing. URL slug global title. Okay, so far so good. Now we want to make everything lowercase. I think the best thing we can do is we can use a map. So map, and this will take a function which will make lowercase every element in the array. Okay, so I'm going to do a word, and I want for this word to be lowercase. So this is a string. I think JavaScript has a method to lowercase. Let's try. I will check if it to lowercase. Yep, okay. So now we have mapped everything into another array which is with words everything lowercase. What we want to do is now join this using dashes. Okay, let's join. Okay, I'm using a dash. Yep. Wow, so everything is chained up into this one line. Okay, so what we did is we split first, we mapped to make it all lowercase, and then we joined. Let's run this. Okay, so maybe there are more than one space, so we need to cover that. So maybe when we split, it's better to use a regular expression. So I'm going to use \s, and I'm going to use a plus here, which means that I want it at least once, but it can be more than one space. Okay, let's run this again. We want this winter is coming. I think, maybe there's, I don't see the different, maybe there's a space at the beginning here. Let's see. So we have, this is what we are missing. Let's see. Let's test something here. Let's do it right here. So I'm going to say start. Okay, so there's a space. So where is that space coming from? When we do, what happens when we do this? No, that's not the issue, it's this one. So when we are joining, so let's see. Let's use this example and try to debug what is happening here. When we split this, I'm going to make this a comment. So when we split it, we get this empty string. So why is it doing this? Because it can, because it is splitting. Okay. What we can do in this case is that we remove, so we filter out all the empty strings, so we can use a filter. Okay, so after mapping, or maybe before, we can do it before as well. Let's use filter, and I'm going to say word, and it's going to be, we just want non-empty words. So I think if you or let's make it like this. Let's make it more explicit. It's not an empty string. Yep. Let's run this. Global title should not change. Okay. So let's make it, let's make a copy of that. Or wait a second. So why is it changing? Let's see. Console.log global title. This one doesn't seem to be changing. Okay, there's something I'm missing here. So we did the split, filter, the map, and the join. Okay. And I don't see why this is changing, because strings are immutable. Okay. Let's make var new title to be with title. And let's do this. Title. We can copy this string. Okay, this is really odd, but let's try with slice. So we make a copy of the string. But why? This is a string, this is immutable. So title. Okay. I don't know why this isn't working. It's very, very strange. Okay. I think now we don't, since we use the filter. Let's try this. Okay. Yeah, so we don't need the regular expression there because now that we use filter, we remove empty strings. Okay. Why isn't this working though? Let's split this up. So we do the splitting first, and then I call this title array, and then we do title array.filter. Okay. This is really, really strange. Let's remove all this stuff again. I think now, this is really annoying me. Or maybe it's just because I added this for a test. Oh no, I hope. Ah, that was, I don't know why that was added. Maybe there's in the way they are testing this, but okay. So we need to, this is the every method now to check that every element in an array meets criteria. So we can use this method every, and we give it a callback function, and okay, it should return true or false. True if all the elements in the array return true for this callback function. Okay, that's very straightforward. We need to use the every method inside the check positive function to check if every element in R is positive. Okay, so let's just return array.every, and then we give a function inside. Okay, so, or maybe we can just do it a shorthand num and just return if num is 0. Okay, that should work. Yep. Now we need to use the sum method to check that any elements in an array meet the criteria. So sum works the other way around. So if any of the element fulfills the criteria. Okay. So we can do something like return array.sum And I'm just going to do again num is larger than 0. Yep, perfect. Currying. Okay, so we have this concept of arity, which is the number of arguments a function requires, and currying a function means to convert a function of n arity into n functions of arity 1. Okay, so restructure a function so it takes one argument, then returns another function that takes the next argument, and so on. So here's an example. We have uncarried xy, which returns the sum, but if we do the currying, we do two functions. Okay, this is an alternative way to write this. It's useful when you can supply all the arguments at once. So we can each call a function into a variable which will hold the return function reference that takes the next argument when it's available. Okay, it's the same as partial application. So we need to write this add function so it uses currying to add parameters x, y, z. So we can do the same as this one. We just do return function y, which also does return function z, and this one should return x plus y plus z. I think this one should do it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so guys, we're done with the functional programming. In the next videos, we will continue with intermediate algorithm scripting. Okay, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share to support the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. So today we will continue with intermediate algorithm scripting in freeCodeCamp. I decided to make these videos shorter so I can put only one exercise in video since they are a bit more challenging than the previous ones. The first one should be relatively easy though. But without further ado, let's get started right away. So what we want is we want to do the sum of all numbers in a range. So it will pass us an array of two numbers, and we need to return the sum of those two numbers plus the sum of all the numbers between them. The lowest number will not always come first. Okay, so sum all for 1 should return 10 because sum of all the numbers between 1 and 4, both inclusive, is 10. Okay, let's get started with this one. So first, we need to retrieve the elements from the array. We know that the array will be with only two elements. So let's declare two placeholders, two variables a, b for the elements. I want to store the smallest number into a and the largest in b, but we don't know because they might come, the first one is the largest and the second one, we don't know that part. First, let's try something, how to spread an array, what we learned so far. So if we do something like this, we are spreading the array. Okay, so we are assigning to a the first element. This one works if we have an array with two elements. Let's see what this does. I'm going to console log a and b. Yep, a gives us 1 and b 4. But now I want to do something. I want to a always to have the smallest number. Okay, so it's better to check, and then so we can write an if condition if element at index 0 is larger than element at index 1, we can assign that to a. But that would be that's okay, that's a solution, but we can write it in shorthand using JavaScript question mark notation. So it should be something like this. So let's check if array 0 is larger than array, oh, let's call this smaller than or equal to array 1. And what we want in this case, we write this question mark here. So if this if condition is the same as doing an if condition, if this one is true, then we do this. Okay? We do this spreading of A and B. But we should cover an else here. So else, if this one is not fulfilled, this condition, then we want to do the opposite. So we want BA to be equal to array. Okay? So this one makes sure that we always get the smallest number at A and the largest at B. Okay, so far we console log it, we have 1, 4. Even if we give it for 1, as you can see, A is the first one. So A is 1 and B is 4. So this is exactly what we want. I think this was the tricky part. Now we just have to do the sum of all the numbers in between. That is actually easy. Let's just do a for loop. For, I'm going to declare a variable num, which we will start at A, and then we want num to be smaller than or equal to B because we want to include B, and let's just increment num. Okay, now we want to do the sum of all these numbers, but first let's declare a variable sum, which is going to be an initialized at 0. Okay, and inside we just do sum. Okay, so we keep incrementing sum by the number, and in the end we will have the sum of all the numbers from A to B, including A and B, and we want to return sum. Okay, let's do the console.log here. Yep, okay, fourth one. Yeah, this one seems to be working fine. Let's run this. Okay, so this was the first exercise. I think I will keep them very short so you can find exactly the exercise you want in the playlist. So I am preparing a playlist with all the solutions from the freeCodeCamp curriculum, and I'm going to put this intermediate algorithm scripting into separate videos for each exercise. So make sure to check that out. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, hit that bell notification icon, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey guys, we will continue with the second problem in intermediate algorithm scripting, difference of two arrays. Okay, so what we need to do is compare two arrays and return a new array with any items only found in one of the two given arrays, but not both. So in other words, we need to return the semantic difference of the two arrays. Okay, we can return it with its elements in any order. Okay, let's see. Here is the function. We get two arrays, and we need to check if an element is in both. If it is, then we don't want that. We want to filter that out. So an easy solution would be to use the filter function with a callback inside to check if an element is in the both arrays. Okay, so that's what I am thinking of. Let's have this new array. Okay, first what I want to do is to make this easier. Let's concatenate the two arrays, R1 and R2, so we have everything in one array, and then we can filter out the elements we don't want. Okay, so I'm going to do here array1 dot concat R2. Okay, let's console log this just to see what we have so far. Okay. And I'm going to put this inside of console log as well. Now, this new array has all the elements that we want to filter. I don't need this anymore. Let's do it right here. I'm going to use filter. Now, inside filter, we should put a callback function. So we are iterating through all the elements in this new array. So the argument will be element. Let's call it element, and it is a fat arrow function. So now what we want to do with this element, we want to check if this one is both in array 1 and array 2. Okay, let's do this first. So to check if an element is in an array, we're going to use the array method includes. So to check if element is in array 1, I'm going to do array 1 includes, and I'm going to put lm here. Okay, and we are going to use and r2 dot includes lm. So what we are getting in this case is 1 2 3 4 5. It has just removed the 4. So we want to return just 4. Right now we are doing the opposite. We are getting the elements which are in both arrays. So we are getting 1 2 3 4 5 because 1 2 3 4 5 is in both arrays, are in both arrays. Okay, so we can do something here. We can use the not operator. So we want the opposite of this. So if an element, so in this case, what the filtering is doing is that it's checking if this element is in array 1 and also in array 2, and it is returning true. But for these cases, we want to filter them out. So we want it to return false. To make it return false, let's put all of this logic inside the parentheses, and now we put a not before. So if this one returns, if this part I have highlighted here returns true, so if an element is in both arrays, I want to return false. So I put this one here for it to return false, to negate it. Okay? So now we are filtering out, it is returning just 4. I think this is what we want. Yep. I think this one should do it. Let's run the tests. Okay, so that was it for this challenge. Okay guys, I will keep it short because I want to have every challenge in a different video. So thank you for watching. Please try to solve them by yourself first, and then you can check out the video as well, so you keep on learning. If you find this helpful, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hit that bell notification. Thank you again, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.